Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the live stream. I hope all of you are having a wonderful day, and everyone is ready to celebrate World Speech Day 2023.
Before we hear all our great speakers, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Atta, the member of St. Joseph Agora Youth Club 201.
And my name is Kenny Kunawan, the president of St. Joseph Agora Youth Club 201.
Before we start this event, let us pray first.
I will lead the prayer in Catholic. To non-Catholic, you can adjust with your own belief. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Praise to you, God, for you have gathered all of us here again, here to celebrate World Speech Day 2023. We thank you for making our first day of World Speech Day go smoothly well. Now, we hope that through your blessing, our second day of World Speech Day will also be good or even better than the first. In your name, we pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you, Kenny, for leading the prayer. I hope through your prayer, World Speech Day 2023 will continue on smoothly.
Amen to that.
So, Kenny, you're back being the host for the second day of World Speech Day 2022. What did you think about the first day of World Speech Day 2023?
Well, there's a lot of amazing and spectacular speakers. The young generation are really talented in public speaking, and I hope through World Speech Day, their message would make our world a better place.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, are you ready to hear the speakers for the second day?
Of course I am, but before we have a vocal performance from SM Katunas Karya with their song entitled Price Tag. Please enjoy the performance.
Coconut Man, Moon Hats, and P. You ready? Seems like everybody got a prize. I wonder how to sleep at night. When the sale comes first and the truth comes second, just stop for a minute and smile. Why is everybody so serious? Acting so damn mysterious. Got shade on your eyes, did you feel so high that you can't even have a good time? Everybody look to the left, everybody look to the right. Can you feel that? Yeah, we're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about a, yeah. Cha-ching, ain't about a, yeah. Bubbling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. We need to take it back in time when music made us all unite. And it wasn't low blows and a video host. Am I the only one getting inside? Why is everybody so obsessed? Money can buy us happiness. Can we all slow down and enjoy right now? Guarantee we'll be feeling alright. Everybody look to the left, everybody look to the right. Can you feel that? Yeah, we're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about a, yeah. Cha-ching, ain't about a, yeah. Bubbling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about price tag. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about a, cha-ching, ain't about a, yeah. Bubbling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about a, cha-ching, ain't about a, yeah. Bubbling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. It's not about don't need your money, money, money. We just wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about a, yeah. Cha-ching, ain't about a. Ba-bling, wanna make the world dance. Forget about the price tag.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a really good performance. All right, let's go to the first speakers with her name, Fedora Putri Herlambang from SMA Negeri 1 Pangkal Pinang with her speech title Uncontrolled Anger.
Well, Fedora, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honorable Speech Coach, Mr. Mike Nicholson, to the Honorable Principal of Senior High School Santo Yosef Pangkal Pinang, teachers and friends. In this speech, I will tell you on how important it is to control our anger. Hopefully, what I deliver will be useful for all of us. Let's start with a short explanation about what is anger. Anger is an intense emotion that is typically characterized by the feelings of stress, frustration, and irritation. It usually comes when something has gone wrong or someone has wronged you. Anger is a perfectly normal response to difficult and frustrating situation. But the fact that anger makes our bodies go through some certain biological and psychological problems such as raised blood pressure, spike in hormones like adrenaline and noradrenaline. So commonly, it's quite difficult for us to acknowledge and control things. We all could understand that anger is just a basic and normal human emotion. But we need to keep in mind that just because it's normal or it's natural doesn't mean it's okay for us to outburst without thinking the harmful consequences of uncontrolled anger. So here I would like to explain to you what harmful consequences could be caused by uncontrolled anger. First, uncontrolled anger consequences could lead us to outside, also inside problems. An example, when you are having a bad day or you are angered by something, you outburst your anger onto everyone else that is clearly not responsible for your problems. And the effect from that, you just got a bad self-image, and usually after we let it all out, we will feel a regression because we think that this is what we're supposed to do, but in truth, we did it the wrong way. Another example, when two people got a problem, either one of them is going to be the one to throw a punch without even saying anything. And the effect from that, it just got into a bigger problem. Second, there are a lot of negativity we could spread, such as putting others down, criticizing everything, making cynical comments just because we are angry. Third, not all of those things are caused by uncontrolled anger. It could also be caused by unexpressed anger. People who hold in angry feelings is overly critical and cynical, also feeling depressed and victimized. Not everyone understands that there is actually a way for us to express our anger instead of holding it all until it outbursts unintentionally. Fourth, simply or consequently, angry people often alienate themselves even from their own family because they don't want to have problems with people around just by expressing an emotion. Anger can really hold you back and put you down. Well, it all sounded so confusing and difficult, but slowly managing our anger could make such a good change. Anger management is a way for us to understand the meaning behind an emotion and express it in a healthy way without losing control. The first and most important thing that we should do is to acknowledge the emotion that we are feeling, also the situation we are in. Once we are calm, it will be easy for us to express our concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, don't ever forget that it is okay to express this emotion as long as it is done in a healthy way. We should control our anger before it controls us. That is all for me. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you all have a pleasant day. See you.
Thank you, Fedora, for your amazing speech about uncontrolled anger. Have you ever experienced uncontrolled anger, Ata?
I don't think so.
Well,
How about you?
many times. And yeah, she's right. When you don't express your anger, you blow up. Just blow up. Thank you, Fedora, for your amazing speech. Now let us move on to our next speaker, still from SMA Negeri 1 Pangkal Pinang, Zaidan Dayana Amudia, with his speech entitled How Important Mental Health. Well, Zaidan, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable, the speech coach, Mr. Mike. The Honorable, the principal of St. Joseph Senior High School. The Honorable teachers, and my beloved friends. First of all, thank you for the St. Joseph Pangkal Pinang who has given me the chance to participate in this world speech at this school. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that human is God's most perfect creation. Human has brain to think, and the most thing human has is by having mental health. What do you think about mental health? That's right. Mental health is a condition in which a person has well-being as seen from himself, who is able to control, who is able to realize his own potential, has ability to cope with life's normal pressures in every situation in life, and he is able to work productively and is able to contribute to his community. Ladies and gentlemen, how the important having the mental health? Yes, I agree that having the mental health is very, very important for all people, especially for us as students. When people has good mental health, give influence to our physical condition and life quality. Having a good mental health is also the forerunner for ourselves to continue growing well. Some important reasons in maintaining our mental health are: first, we can solve the problem well. People who have a good mental health is absolutely has positive thinking, so they can solve the problem well. Second, good interaction. Human is inseparable with social life. People who have a good mental health is able to interact in social life well because they can interact easier in communication, so they don't have any difficulty in socializing with others people. Third, having a mental health is help us to face the daily challenges. Stress and depression is closely related to the mental illness. Unhealthy mentality will certainly hamper activities carried out daily. Therefore, we must able to control our mindset so we can avoid the dangers of mental illness. Ladies and gentlemen, to create a good mental health, Absolutely, we must take care of our mental health. Here are things we can do to maintain our mental health. First, instill a good, positive thinking. Second, we must eat healthy and nutritious food. Third, don't consume liquor and illegal drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, mental health is often considered worthless. Even though mental health is very important in carried out activities daily. So save our mental health, save our life by having a good mental health. That's all from me. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing speech.
I agree. I didn't know. I know that mental health is important, but now I know how to keep my mental health good.
Exactly. Okay.
Thank you so much, Zaidan.
Yeah.
Now, let us
Now-
move on to our next speaker.
Yes, we have Karen Vesia from SMA Negeri 2 Pangkal Pinang with her speech title Self-Motivation.
Well, Karen,
the stage is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. I will say a few words about self-motivation. One of the factors that drives someone to do something is motivation, or can be called self-motivation. But do you know what self-motivation is? Self-motivation is the ability to encourage oneself to do something in order to achieve goals and complete tasks. Self-motivation is usually driven by the desire to do something, to create and produce. This drive what makes a person able to continue what he is doing, even though there's no rewards or no one orders. Also, I can tell you, it's not easy being a student we are. WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok can take out a lot of our time on this. When we have a whole lot of homeworks, we will need to motivate ourselves in order to complete this homework. Self-motivation can be defined as how hard you and I push or inspire ourselves to do anything. Self-motivation is an important factor to attribute in health to order to achieve or complete goals and dreams. When we have two trademarks of a self-motivated person or one, they take initiative and they have automatic initiative assembly doing. In order to achieve your goals, you must think and believe that you can. You must say to yourself, I think I can. Therefore, I can on a journey of self-motivation. You must be highly optimistic. There are a number of factors that can build a strong self-motivation person, including the first is confidence and self-confidence. Self-confidence is a belief in one's own ability to achieve success and one's own ability to achieve that success. While self-confidence is believing in one's abilities to able to achieve success and enjoy the success, both are important factors in encouraging the formation of self-motivation. And the second is positive thinking. Whether we realize this or not, positive thinking is closely related to self-motivation. In the process building of self-motivation, always thinking positively will keep us from thinking negatively about what has not happened. If we think positively, then we will be much more positive. But if we are used to think negatively, then the energy that is released from us is also negative. So that the response received from the environment will also negative. And the third is focus on a target. One of the key to growing self-motivation is having a predetermined target. This target will help us to focus on carrying out the plan. Without a target, we will drift aimlessly. So there is no incentive to move. Set clear, challenging, and relevant targets. Make sure to always monitor the process of achieving targets. That way, progress can be measured and will encourage us to carrying out the plan. Make sure. And the fourth is supportive environment. In the process of achieving any targets, the environment is an important factor for the success of the process. A supportive environment, both the leaders, teammates, and the place will encourage the achievement of the planned targets. But that does not mean we rely on the success with the factors external alone. Asking for tasks that match our interests to our superiors can be also done so that interest motivates us to move. Motivation is the underlying factors. I believe in everything that we do on a daily basis. If you don't have motivation, then you really can't achieve your dream. Everyone has motivation. They think passionate, things that interest you, things that inspire you, and of course, you will have motivation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen, for your inspirational and motivational speech. I hope everyone is motivated right now through Karen's speech. I'm certainly motivated. Are you motivated, Arta?
Of course, I'm motivated.
Of course. So, let us move on to our fourth speaker from SMA Negeri 2, Natasha Ananda, with her speech entitled People Pleaser. Well, Natasha, the stage is yours.
Shalom. Good morning, all the audience. First of all, let us say thanks to Jesus the Lord for giving us grace, guidance, and a never-ending blessing so we can gather here in this place. On this happy occasion, I'm really excited to talk to you about people pleaser. Recently, a new term has appeared which has gone viral on social media called people pleaser. Maybe some of you have known and heard about this. People pleaser refers to someone who has a strong drive to please others. But in reality, we live side by side with people. Everyone is one way or the other, leaning on someone else's approval. To some extent, we are all people pleaser, and there is nothing wrong with that. It is as natural as we wanting a food and shelter. However, the problem spikes up when you start trying to please people and put other people's priorities become the top of your to-do list. You start dreading the thought that someone might be disapprove of what you say, what you do, or who you are. So you start finding peace in people's opinion that their thoughts matter more to you than your own. You inoculate yourself against conflicts, confrontation, and criticism. You try, and I'm sure you have, on multiple occasions, you become someone's go-to person. And I know how it feels because I've been in the situation too, until I realized that in the end of the day, the only one person that isn't pleased is yourself. People pleaser is not a disease or a mental health disorder, but it will become a toxic in your life and become a distraction to your self-confidence. You are slowly losing yourself. The real person of you always is gradually fading away because you just focus to making everyone else happy and satisfied with who you are. You just focus to fulfill everyone's expectation. And believe me, pleasing people doesn't work. And allow me to expand upon why is it such a bad idea after all. Firstly, it's not worth it. One of the significant setbacks in being a people pleaser is that you value a whole lot of people. You start climbing mountains for people who wouldn't do the same for you. There's no feedback. They do take as much as they can, but they fail to return the same amount of dedication and time they got from you. You will get nothing, then use, and use again. So, ladies and gentlemen, you need to condition yourself to be less sensitive to the other people's needs and more aware of your own. so you can stay in balance. And secondly, you stop loving yourself. This is my biggest concern. When all you care about is making everyone else happy, you start disconnecting with yourself. And with their slightest criticism, you tend to fall in a depressing spiral, and your confidence shatters. You begin breaking, and there is nothing worse than that. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't be a people pleaser. Put yourself first and focus on what is best for you. It's okay to say no if you don't want to. You are all you have, and you have got to love yourself more than anyone else. Finally, that's all for my speech. Thank you so much for your attention, and see you next time.
Thank you, Natasha, for your great speech.
Yeah, people pleaser. I mean, there's a song that I really like from Ed Sheeran called Save Myself. Before you save someone else, you have to save yourself. Don't go and fall for someone else. It's never a good thing. Well, let's move on to our next speaker.
Yes.
Who is?
We have Razin Faldam from SMA Negeri 4 Pangkal Pinang with his speech titled The Importance of History.
Wow, I've been waiting for this one.
Me too.
When he's on workshop, he was very fun. So I hope his speech, well, importance of history, I hope it's fun.
Yeah, I hope.
Well, Razin, the stage is yours.
All right. So, first of all, history is events that had happened in the past and ended in the past. Now, some people might have underestimated history. Yeah? Maybe because it has nothing to do with current events. I'm sorry, but they got things wrong. Now, history is repeatable. The perpetrator might not be the same, but the event could be repeated. We will meet a lot of events throughout our lifetime. So, remembering them perhaps is a good choice. Remembering history will make your life easier. Now, let's take an example. Let's take Hitler as an example. You see, back on 22nd of June 1941, Hitler had an operation, not a medical one, but a military operation. It was called Operation Barbarossa. Hitler tried to invade the Soviet Union on 22nd of June. Little did he know, unfortunately, Napoleon tried the same thing back in 1814 on 24th of June. Both operations ended up in a failures. Hitler failed to learn from Napoleon's mistake. The defeat was so devastating that it was one of the causes that caused the destruction of the Third Reich. Now, we could learn a lot of things from history, like speeches from Sukarno and The Art of War from The Art of War book written by Sun Tzu. And again, we need to remember that history is not just about war or huge events that affect the world. History is more than that. Everyone has their own history. Even you has your own history. Try not to forget the events that had happened in your life, because you will meet a lot of events. Then it will be proven to be useful if you remember it. Do not fall into the same pit. A lot of people have experienced failure in their lifetime, and they blame other people for it, even though it was their fault. It is because they did not learn from the past. So, in conclusion, history is indeed important.
history is important to make us not to fall into the same pit. And also, that's how we avoid World War III until now. That's how we experience world peace. History will be useful for us if we treat it like a friend who always there to give us advices. Those all are from me. The name's Razin Valdam. Thank you for us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Razin, for your amazing speech about history. You know, right at this moment, you're right. We are all history.
Yes.
This will go down in history. And history is very important. The only history that I don't want you to know is my internet history. Don't you dare look at it, okay? Alright, let's move on to our next speaker. Still from SMA Negeri 4 Pangkal we have Muhammad Zafran Al-Rizki with the speech entitled The Importance of English. Wow. So one is saying the importance of history, the other is saying about the importance of English. This is going to be interesting.
Yes.
Well, Zafran, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Zafran Rizki, and today I will bring to all of you the importance of English. Now, English is one of the most important languages in the entire world. Many people would know what English is. I mean, look at Santo Yosef. One of the main languages here is English. Now, how did this happen? Let's look back in history. British is known for conquering the entire world. They think of the world as their little playground of conquer and colonization. Thanks to that, many people would know how and what English is. And from that, we would know that English is very, very important. Sadly, very sadly, English is pretty much underestimated even in Indonesia. I mean, come on, look around you. Many people doesn't like speak English or doesn't understand English. Some would underestimate people that actually knows English and probably call them nerds or weirdos. Now tell me, is that right? No, it is not. English is a door to many wisdom. And with wisdom, we will achieve many great things. Ladies and gentlemen, from deep of my heart, I want everyone in the entire world to learn English, not just because it would help them in their career, but because it is fun. One of the ways to make this fun is by World Speech Day 2023. From yesterday and now, we have seen many great talents in this place. One of the great talents is my dear friend Razin Valdam from SMA Negeri 4 Pangkal. He is one of the examples of the great talents of English. And don't forget, one of the words from Roger Bacon, English is knowledge. And a quote from me, if you underestimate knowledge, you are nothing but a failure. That's all from me. My name is Mohammad Zafar Rizki. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing me out.
Alright, you can go down.
All right, thank you, Zafran, for a really remarkable speech. It's actually a fact, though, that English
Yeah.
is really important.
Yeah, I mean, without English, are we here?
Ah, I mean,
It's
word
just-
speech day will not be in here.
Yeah, I don't think we should be celebrating World Speech Day if English is not important.
Exactly.
So thank you, Zafran, for reminding us how important English is.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's move on to our next speaker.
Yes.
Now we have
G3, Maria Angelica Rowley Manalu from SMP Santa Paulus Pangkal Pinang with her speech titled The Importance of Time Management.
Whoa, 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 whoa. First we have history.
Second,
and
we
then
have
English. And now we have time management. Wow. Are you all from the same family? Are you all in the same like family? You get history and then you get English and then you get time management. What else? Science, biology. Oh well, let's hear from
Maria.
Maria, the stage is yours.
So, have you ever heard about time management? So, time management is the process of planning and controlling how much time to spend on specific activities. So, in this morning, I will explain to you all why we should have time management in our life, and what's the implication of poor time management, and how to manage your time effectively. Okay, let's just talk about it. Why we should have time management in our life? Number one is stress relief. Making and following a task schedule reduce anxiety. As you check off items on your to-do list, you can see that you are making a tangible progress. This helps you avoid feeling stressed out with worry about whether you're getting things done. Number two is more time. Number three, more opportunities. And number four, ability to realize goals. After we know why we should have time management in our life, I will next to how to manage your time effectively. Number one is set goals correctly. Set goals that are achievable and measurable. Use the SMART methods when setting the goals. In a sense, make sure the goals that you set are SMART, measurable, attainable, timely, and relevant. Number two is prioritize wisely. Prioritize based on urgency and importance. For example, look at your daily goals and determine which are important and urgent. Important but not urgent. Urgent but not important. Not urgent and not important. Number three is take a break between the tasks. Number four, set a time limit between the tasks. Number five, organize yourself. Number six, remove non-essential tasks or activities. And the last is plan ahead. Make sure that every day you start with a clear idea of what need to do that day and what need to be done that day. And the last is what's the implication of poor time management. Number one is wasted time. Number two, loss of control. Number three, poor quality of work. Number four, poor workflow. So, the conclusion of my speech today, making a good time management is never always easy. But if you didn't want to try it or didn't even to try it, you will harm yourself. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery. And today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. So, I think that's all my speech today that I can deliver to you all. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Maria, for your great speech. I should take notes because I have really bad time management. You know how many times I almost got late to school?
I don't know.
Too many times to count.
Okay.
Let's move on to our next speaker. Oh my God, this speaker. I've been waiting for him because he was one of the hosts yesterday. His name is Michael Japtarikan from SMP Santa Teresa, Pangkal Pinang, with a speech entitled Colonizing the Moon as a Way to Solve Overpopulation. Well, this is going to be very interesting. Well, Michael, the stage is yours.
Thank you, the host. Anyways, the human population reached 8 billion people last year, on the 15th of November to be exact. 8 billion is a huge number. It is an 8 with 9 whole zeros behind it. Since then, the population continues to grow. In fact, the growth from 2 years ago is about 0.88% increase. Now, it might sound like a small number, but trust me, it isn't. But the human population is slowly decreasing from time to time. But still, overpopulation is becoming humanity's main problem. And one way to solve it is to colonize the moon. But building a colony isn't easy, especially on the moon. There are many obstacles that we must face. So in short, it's impossible. But let me get things straight first. So firstly, oxygen. We, as living beings, need oxygen. And plants make oxygen. But there aren't any plants on the moon. We can make greenhouses, but what will be the material? The material should be strong enough to be able to withstand the cosmic radiation. If the material isn't able to withstand the cosmic radiation, the humans and plants inside the greenhouse will be toast, literally. And trust me, dying of radiation isn't the best way. In addition, we also need to take care of the supplies. We need food and water. And yes, we could ration our meal, but there would be a resupply ship going back and forth, delivering supplies and taking out waste. Fossil fuel is running out, and nuclear power isn't that stable yet. If we were to use nuclear power as a fuel, the risk of it exploding will be very, very high. So, yeah, there are just too many obstacles that we must face. But maybe Great Britain could colonize the moon just like they colonized the entire world years ago. And last but not least, money. It will be extremely expensive. We must prepare more than enough budget for repairs, supplies, and building the ship itself. Many materials will be used, and also the research. We cannot forget about the research. So basically, colonizing the moon is detrimental to us. But how can we reduce overpopulation? Could we do something like a mass genocide? No, there are plenty of other options. And one of them is Mars. So if we cannot colonize the moon, why cannot we colonize the Mars instead? Even Elon Musk is planning to go there in the next decade. Although there will be a bunch of challenges, we could probably terraform Mars. However, it will take decades or even centuries. We will be dead before we can call Mars our new home. But it might sound impossible. Trust me, it isn't. Humans are hardworking. They will never give you up, and they will never let you down. They won't turn around and desert you. They won't make you cry, and the most important part is they will never say goodbye. So in conclusion, calling the moon home is somewhat impossible. There are many factors we must put into consideration. We can go to Mars, but it will take centuries. Well, with the current rate of advancement, we will be successful in conquering the solar system, or maybe even our own galaxy. Heck, we can even find a new life on a new planet. Thank you for attention, and I'm looking forward to see you again next time.
Okay, thank you, Michael. What is a exactly really good speech, right?
God.
What happened?
Colonizing the moon. It's many people have talked about it. I personally think it's possible, but yeah, it's hard.
It's hard, exactly.
Hard,
Yeah.
but
A lot of budget that we need to spend.
Yeah, a lot of budget to expand, and I think he had some good points. And I see what you did there, Michael. I see what you did there. I see what you did there in the ending. Okay. I hope everyone in the audience know what you did there. So you didn't just throw a reference out of nowhere. All right, let's continue to our next speaker.
Okay, we have another G3, Farsha, from SMP Santa Teresa Pangkal with her speech titled Child Abuse.
Ooh,
It's really deep.
this is going to be deep, I think. Well, Farsha, the stage is yours.
Well, hello everyone. I'm talking about a serious topic today, which is kind of sensitive, but I hope that's okay with you all. Child abuse. Did you know that physically hurting a child is considered child abuse, since it can affect a child's mental health and physical health? Why, you may ask? Well, because a child mind is affected by the child's environment. So, hitting a child will basically tell them that hitting or physically hurting someone else is okay. Now, that's not good, because hitting or physically hurting someone will get you in trouble. Here's the thing though. When a child grew up in an environment where they are getting physically hurt from their guardian, they will think that it's their fault that their own parental guardian is hurting them, and will probably will grow up depressed. And that child can't focus on their lives, since all they can think about, why does my parental guardian hurt me? Or what did I do wrong? Even though it's not their fault, they will think that it's their fault that their guardian is hurting them. Considering they're just a child, that mindset is not healthy for them. Since all this time I've been talking about physical abuse, there's also verbal abuse, which means that where a child got told by their parental guardian that they're not good enough, or say really mean stuff about it, even though it doesn't affect them physically, but it will affect them mentally. Since someone's brain is not developed until they're 20, verbal abuse is basically saying to them, oh, you're not good enough, so try harder. But the child is not going to do that, because all they will think about, why does my parental guardian say that about me? I'm probably not good enough. I'm going to off myself, or you know what, I'm just gonna run away. They will think about that and not focus on their main life, which they should do. And overall, that's not really good. So basically, verbal or physically hurting someone or hurting a child will basically consider child abuse. Thank you everyone for my speech.
Thank you, Farsha, for your speech about child abuse. I do hope that child abuse is not as common now. I'm pretty sure it's still a common thing that parents do, especially because child abuse is usually out of frustration and things that they can do.
Yeah.
Like whatever their parents do, they do to their children. So
I mean, like their parents also think that that's common. I mean, like you can do
yeah,
that.
that's why. So I hope if you're raised like this, don't raise your child to be like this. Raise your child how you want to be raised. So let us move on to our next speaker. We have Rochelle from SMA Santo Joseph Pangkal with her speech entitled Habits. Well, Rochelle,
Rochelle,
the stage is yours.
Well, hello everyone. How are you guys? Must be good, isn't it? So, before that, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. Okay, let's move on. So, my speech topic is about habits. Maybe some of you guys think, why I choose habit to discuss? Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I found many people have a bad habit right now. I mean, for example, my friend. I saw my friend sleep at 12 a.m. And I think it's not a normal or good time to sleep when you need to go to school tomorrow, right? I mean, it's really bad time. And that's one of the reason why I wanna talk or discuss about this, because I wanna change my friends. I wanna fix her. I don't wanna see her unhealthy anymore. But this speech, it's not for her, but it's for all of you guys too. So actually this speech, and I'm standing here, is going to tell you guys some tips that maybe can help you to change your bad habit. So the first one is you can change your habit by change your mindset. You can change your mindset by reading a book. For example, in the past, I always want everything. Like I always buy things that I think it's important, and I have it, and I need to have it. But after I reading that book, I realized that it's not an important thing. Like I do not need to have that thing. So yeah, maybe that it can change your mind too. And next is you need to go to sleep at 8 or 9 p.m. because normal or good person will sleep at that time. Because at least in one day you need to sleep at least 7 until 8 hours per day. Because if you sleep unless 7 hours, you will feel bad in the morning. And if you sleep 7 until 8 hours, you will feel good, and you will got many benefits from that. And next, you need to stop look at your phone screen, and instead of playing with your phones, you need to talk with your friends, your parents, your sister or brother, or you can do anything. But do not play your phone. Just do something that you think fun, like playing board game with your friend or making something. Because it will be more fun, right? Then, if you guys often eat junk food or oily food, I think you guys need to stop or cut it now. From now. Why? Because it's not good for your healthy. It's not good for your future. And instead of eating oily food or junk food, you can just switch to healthy food like vegetables, beans, or fruits. And yeah, I know all the tips that I told you guys is not easy to do, but trust me guys, if you do it consistently, you will be proud of the result later. And that's it from me. I hope my speech can help you guys to change your bad habit. Thank you for listening.
Do we really have anything to say here right now? Because whatever she said is whatever I do the opposite.
Exactly. That's
So
me
thank you,
too.
Michelle, for reminding me that I have such a bad habit. Sleeping at 9, sleeping at 8, that is such a blessing in this world.
Oh, really? What time did you go to sleep?
1 a.m.
Wow.
I have 4 hours of sleep. I have such a bad habit. I will try to follow your tips, Rochelle. I will try to sleep at 8.
Okay.
All right, let's
Alright,
move on to our next speaker.
Yeah, we have another G3, Teresia Alexandra from SMK Tunas Karya Pangkal Pinang with her speech title, Stair to the Star.
Well, Teresia, the
stage
stage
is
is yours.
Being rich means that you are success? Well, it's not only just because you are crazy rich, so you can do anything to achieve all of your goals in life, but it also because society more likely to put you into a label called success by counting how much money that you have in your bank account, how much dollars that you spend in a month, how many Chanel collection that you have, and how many luxury car that you collect in your garage. In society point of view, when you are rich, you are success. But are you sure that there is only money that can make a success? Because in the other case, there is also another thing that can make you success. I mean like success in your exam, build a success business, success in a relationship, and being a success speakers. The thing is, there is also another thing that can make you success, and many of people call it fundamental of success, and it is your failures. I realize that most of us would like to overthink and to insecure in one package when we're fail. And we're thinking like we're just not good enough, we're too bad, and we have to stop in the end. But your failures, it can be valuable, same as your money, if you can take advantage from your failures. Instead of make your failures as your burden in life, you're going to stop your own step because you're too overthink and insecure. Try to make your failures as your own evaluation, so then you can be better and get success in the end. I was always fail in my math exam in junior high school, no matter how hard I try, no matter how easy the question, because during the exam, I will always blank. And I was always afraid just to check my paper test, just to saw the result, because I realized that the score would not be able to be bigger than 5. But the worst part is I stopped to studying math just because I know that I will be fail. I mean like, why I have to spend so much time for nothing? Why I have to wasting so much time for fail? Later, I realized that it is the worst mindset that I ever have in my entire life, because actually failures is a signal to you to try again until you are success. So since that day, I'm going to searching so many study tips, so many study methods that everyone used to studying. And since that day, I can studying math really faster and easier than I never thought before. And I noticed that I want to be able to know about it if I'm still stopped to learning math. It's just a simple experience, me as a student going to fail in my math exam, and I know you guys have your own failures, but I feel the big impact, and it's really changed my own life. And I want you to make your failures be a positive impact and can influence the world. To success, the most important thing is process and learning. And trust me, your failures is the best material ever, period. So let you tell me which failures that you want to make it as your own stair to the star.
Thank you, Teresia, for your speech about Stair to the Star. There's a lot of things that we fail. I mean, I think if I remember, you fail at math too, right?
Yes, yeah. I will fail at that. But I mean, like, fail is not something that make you not come back again.
Yeah, exactly. Failure is not the end.
Yeah, fail is not the end.
Giving up is the end.
Yes.
Exactly. So keep hoping, everyone, just like Teresia. Now, let us fly to Batam to SMP Yosurarso. We have Ikesha Morial Sotiono with her speech entitled Education. Well, Ikesha,
the
time is yours.
true that the world is experiencing an emergency education. Poverty and the high cost of education are also the main educational constraints in the world. Educational constraints like this make not everyone can feel the benefits of education for a better life. We also certainly hope that through education, many highly moral and intelligent human beings will be created. But in reality, education in the current era of globalization is experiencing a value crisis. Education only produces outputs that are cognitively smart, master theory and technology that derive from human and social values. So, in this special occasion, I would like to deliver a speech about the meaning of education and other things that are related to education nowadays. It is usually a belief that education is the foundation for all-round development. Life is based on development, and that developing and growing is life. If we describe this view into the perspective of education, we can sum up that education is the all-round development of the individual's personality. Education is nothing but all-round development of the individual's personality. Education is a process of man-making. Education is necessary for all. Therefore, in order to bring unity, education is a means for emotional integration. We cannot do without any kind of education. Education is an essential aspect of human development. Education also channelizes the undeveloped capacities, attitude, interests, urges, and needs of the individual into desirable channels. The individual can adjust and modify his environment with the help of education as per his need. In a democratic country, education is necessary for all its citizens. Unless all the citizens get education, democratic machinery cannot work well. But the problem now is that education is not spread evenly in this world. This situation is a very formidable one. Our education system is at crossroads. The universalization of elementary education has been implemented as a national goal. The main problem are finances, rural-urban disparity due to illiteracy, women's education, economic condition of backward community, and non-availability of equipment are some other major problems. Universal elementary education has run the formulation of the project Education for All. Big efforts have been made to reach the goal of providing elementary education to every child of the country through universal enrollment, universal provision, and universal retention. Many constitutions are making arrangements for free and compulsory education with the right of minorities to establish educational institutions. As well as there are education for weaker sections, secular educations, women's educations, instruction in the mother tongue at the primary stage. These constitutional provisions are nothing but our efforts to achieve the target of the project Education for All. In the end, we find that education is a significant factor for achieving success, building characters, and for living a wholesome and happy life. True education always humanizes the person. In this reference, Education for All has become an international goal for both developed and developing countries. So, why do people say education is the key to success? Isn't the key to success is money and position? Yes, it is true for nowadays, but I can't say it is true. Education is the key factor for success. Education gives us knowledge of skills and ethics that has been there in the world, which we learn as it helps us to progress further. Nowadays, education is a thought of as a way of life where one can not only learn but also share their knowledge with others. No good life is possible without education.
Thank you, Keshav Moriel, for your amazing speech about education.
Yeah.
Education is very important, you know.
Yeah.
Especially if it's good education. That's you know, without good education, I don't think anyone can
Be success.
good. Yeah, be a good success. Well, let us move on to our next speaker, shall we?
Yeah. All right. We have another G3, Jenny from SMP Santa Yusuf Tanjung Balai Karimun, with her speech title "Learn from Mistake."
Well, Jenny,
The
this time is yours.
Learn from mistake. What does learn from mistakes mean? Learn from mistake is a condition where we take advantage of the mistake we make as a means for us to gain knowledge and experience. Maybe many people think, what can we make knowledge of a mistake? Remember friends, a quality and successful person is someone who always makes mistakes. However, they didn't just make mistakes, but they take a lesson and learn from the mistake that they make. If someone doesn't make a mistake, how can they know what they are doing is good or bad, true or false? Then, the mistakes that we make will create a comment and punishment from other people who will make us aware of the mistakes that we do. Precisely, the people who comment and the people who punish us are the people who give us the main key to achieving something success. They will tell us where there are mistakes that we should correct and that we should learn from. Because it's impossible for them to punish and comment us without a clear reason, right? No one has never made a mistake. All humans have made mistakes, whether intentional or unintentional. One of my experience was when I was doing a physics assignment. I used the wrong formula, and I got the low score. After that, my teacher reminded me to be more true and tell me where I went wrong at first. I didn't understand at all, but when I was reminded and told where I was wrong, I could immediately remember the formula and how it worked properly. And I can still remember it to this day. Even though it was simple, the mistakes that I make were able to develop myself slowly, grown to be more true and deepen the lesson. One clear example of a successful person is Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba Group, the largest e-commerce company in China. Jack Ma is a successful person who always learns from mistakes. In every motivation, he always teaches people not to be afraid to make mistakes. Make as many mistakes as possible so that you get more knowledge and experience. He also always says that if we want to be successful, don't listen to other people's success stories, but learn from the other people's mistakes. Why? Jack Ma said that learn from the mistake of the other people. No matter how smart you are, you will encounter these mistakes. He also said, learn from the other people's mistakes is not for avoid these mistakes, but to prepare ourselves for how to face the mistakes when it comes to us. Mistakes will foster useful learning if you want to learn and admit the mistakes we have made. Learning from mistakes is very important because only learning from mistakes, someone can grow up and develop into a successful and quality person. Learning from mistakes is also useful for us to don't repeat the same mistake again and for the second time. Then, how do we keep from repeating the same mistake? First, admit mistakes that we make. Second, analyze mistakes that have been made. Third, review self-progress from the analysis of mistakes that have been made earlier. Remember friends, Making mistakes is not the same as failing. Failure is the result of wrong action that don't want to be correct. Well, mistakes are usually wrong actions, remember. So, when we make mistakes, we still have the opportunity to learn and improve. So, guys, don't be afraid to make mistakes because we are here to learn. So, make mistakes and learn from them. Rest assured, the learning you get from your mistake will be useful for all time. So guys, remember, don't afraid to do mistakes. Why? Because from those mistakes, you will grow up. Alright? That's all for my speech about my experience and motivation about learn from mistakes. How about your experience about learn from mistakes? Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, Jenny, for your speech about learning from your mistake. I certainly have learned a lot from my mistake, and that is why I'm here.
Yeah, exactly.
Without those mistakes, we're perfect. And
We're not perfect at all.
We're not perfect.
We are
And
human, dude.
To be perfect, it's boring.
Yeah.
It's really boring to be perfect. So let us be mistakes.
Yes.
All right, let's move on to our next speaker. We have Frederick Nathaniel from SMP Santa Maria Mentok with his speech entitled, "Can money buy everything?" Short answer, yes, but I think there's something that you can't buy.
Yeah.
Let's let Frederick explain that. Well, Frederick, the
time
time
is
is yours.
Hello everyone! Some of you guys might think that money can always buy everything. But some of you guys might not having the same opinion. This world might have an opinion that money is number one. Because you know that there is 180 kinds of money in this world. And now I'm gonna talk about it. So let me introduce myself first. I am Frederick Nathaniel from West Bangka St. Mary Junior High School. First at all, what is money? But I'm very sure we all know the definition of money. So it is any item or a medium of exchange that is accepted by people for the payment of goods and services. So we all know that in this type of economy, everyone gonna use money. And at that point, almost everyone has a goal to have money. Sometimes people say, money couldn't buy happiness or even anything. And well, I started to think about that. Sooner, I got the answer. Some people gonna say, no, it can't be. And others gonna say, yes, of course. Even Ariana Grande says in her song,
Whoever said money can solve your problems must not have had enough money to solve them.
and you guys' opinion were probably right. Because money solves money problem. And a lot of personal problem was happened to be a money problem. And a lot of economy problem is because of money problem. And we need to solve it with money too. We all know the money is a thing that really affect people life from happiness even until depression. Some people is saying that money can't buy happiness. It's just gonna make you stressed. But for the fact, that is kinda true. And people say that someone who's wealthier is happier than someone who's average. And that could be right, even wrong, deciding on your guys' opinion. So we all know that money is deciding the level of people's wealth, right? And I started to think, why is it money? Why don't we see it by people's kindness? Until now, I didn't get the answer about that. What about you guys? Do you have the answer? And now, I'm gonna tell you about the story Adolf Meckler, who once held the title of the richest man in Germany, killed himself by crashing his body into a train. According to various sources, this tycoon committed suicide because he was in a massive debt, reportedly suffered losses when he lost money of 400 million pounds. We know that this story about Adolf Meckler was a really rich man that became depressed and suicide himself. And now, even a wealthy people could go depressed. Sometimes a lot of people in this world really take depression as a joke and make fun of it. But I think we shouldn't really do that. Even the problem was because of money. But the fact all of this problem I told was not even because of money. There's nothing wrong with possessing money. But the problem was when money possessed us. And when that happened, all of us will suffer. Go think about that. And I think from now, we all need to transform the value of our money from currency to happiness. Thank you so much for listening to my speech. It's been a pleasure being with all of you guys today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frederick, for your speech.
Well, I agree. Money, I think money can buy everything. I do think I don't think it can. I mean, I can buy this whole building with the money.
Yeah, of course.
But I think there's one thing that you can't buy. Literal happiness.
Oh.
Like, even though you feel happy for 1 minute, next thing you know, you're not happy. Because you already have it, the excitement's gone, and yeah, money can never buy happiness, but it's temporary happiness, but eternal happiness is not from money. Well, let's move on.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. We have Feng Lius from SMP Santa Hilarius Paritiga with his speech title Freedom.
Ooh, freedom.
Freedom.
I think you relate with one anime character. I'll tell it in the end after your speech, okay?
Okay.
Alright, Feng Lius, the time is yours.
Hi everyone. Today I want to give a statement about what is the meaning and why it's very important this thing. About freedom. Everyone may be thinking, freedom. Freedom is just that we can do anything without bounded by any rules. But it is not just like that. It's meaning more than it. Like an example, if you are doing a speech but you don't like it and stress out, it's the same as being whipped or get a punishment. Then can we call it a freedom? Of course no. Because even speech is one of many activities can express our statement and our freedom. It's just useless because you do it not from your own mind, but pressure from other people. So what is freedom? Freedom is rights that everyone needs to have, because we can do what we want and what we like, without pressure and bounded by rules. But it's not meaning that we can do anything what we want without obey every rules that already set. In this mean, it is we do like what we want and not because of pressure from other people. Sadly, nowadays many people force other people and they do like what is forced upon them. These systems needs to be correct because everyone has their freedom and their own field that them likes. If you want more example, try to compare people that loves to speech with people that does not love to speech. When them are practicing a speech, yeah, one of them will do it very good, like him love, but one of them will do it very stressed and depressed because they don't like it. It could be seen from his expression, gesture, or even his emotion. I think maybe some of people from the program that I do also seem like I talk about. Honestly, I seem like them. I am afraid to do speech, but I will learn more to love speech. And with this speech, I want to express my feeling and my freedom to remove some of my fears about speaking in the public. So from this, I know that freedom is not just about do what we want, but freedom is something balanced between something want and the consequence. Because if we want to do something, then we need to accept the consequence from what we will do. But what if we do what we don't want to? Then we are not ready to accept and we don't know the consequence. That is freedom from my view. You can tell me too from your view. So my hope everyone can get their own freedom, although every time we cannot get it. And I will share some of my experience that ever had a freedom to do what I want, and when I do what I want, I don't even like. From my experience that I can do what I want, I am feeling so alive because this moment is very rare and valuable. When I can go outside with my friends to go for a walk and playing games together, because in my entire life before, I was never got permission from my parents. Then, this is the first time I feel so free, and I know the consequence that there are not careful too if I go outside. So I and my friends go not too far from our life place. And my experience when I cannot get my freedom, when I got a very heavy duty from my school to do a storytelling. And I don't like storytelling, but my teachers keep belief on me, so I don't want to disappoint my teacher that every day teach me to do a good storytelling. Maybe I don't get my freedom to refuse the assignment, but I accept the consequence. And from that, I learned to do a good storytelling even though I don't like it. And it was very surprising me because I wanted third place even I don't like it. This showed me that not every time we must get our freedom, but every time we must accept every defect and the consequence that we get. So from that, I have a conclusion about freedom. Freedom is a must when we can balance our action and the consequence, but not every time. Because some of people maybe have a bad mindset and do something not good, but we must accept the fact and the consequence that we get in our entire life. Thank you.
Thank you, Feng Lius, for your amazing speech about freedom. Now I'll reveal the anime character. His speech reminded me of one character from Attack on Titan, the
What
main
is that?
character,
What is that?
Eren Yeager. Because if you watch Attack on Titan, his main purpose is to be free from the wall and free from his fate. And I do think everyone wants to be free. I know it probably if you think about God's plan, there's probably not much freedom if you think about that. But do you realize it? We are free because God said so. All right, let's move on to our next speaker. We have Samuel Junisius from SMP Santo Yosef Belinyu with a speech entitled, "What is Global Warming?" This is the earth warming up.
Yeah, it's already warming up.
But let's hear the exact explanation from Samuel.
Yeah.
All right, Samuel, the time is yours.
Hello everyone. We and other living creatures on this earth are facing a serious problem. None other than global warming. Global warming is a phenomenon used to describe the gradual increase of Earth's atmosphere
and oceans. Global warming is not a new problem, but lately people are acknowledging that we are facing a serious problem. Climate change is apparent everywhere. Failed crops, economic slowdown, and deforestation are among the several impacts of global warming. First of all, there is irrefutable evidence that human activities have changed the atmosphere of our Earth. Since the time we have been industrializing, we start polluting our waters and air, and have been releasing greenhouse gases that contribute to global warming. Secondly, according to research by the Greenpeace organization, there is evidence of extensive deforestation being carried out in Indonesia and other tropical countries around the world. These forests are used to grow crops like palm sugar, palm oil, and coffee, the lifeline of Western society. The impact of climate change is noticeable throughout Asia Pacific. Either during hot days or too much rain, accompanied by wind and thunderstorm. This has started to affect the economy as well. Furthermore, the shifting weather patterns have made it difficult for farmers to grow crops. A recent study has shown that due to unpredictable weather patterns, there have been lots of failed crops. Not only that, extinct animals are the result of the global warming. In conclusion, global warming is not a new problem. Not a new problem. Now are we society responsible for it? But as the citizen of the world, we have to take every possible action to help overcome this issue. It's not only for us, but for all the future generation to follow. That's I have for today, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Samuel.
Samuel,
yeah.
Samuel, for your amazing speech. I do hope global warming just it won't disappear. Of course, it won't disappear, but I hope it just slowly goes down. And slowly, the Earth will be a better place.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to our next speaker.
Yeah, we have another G3, which is Lauren Francia from SMP Maria Gueriti Sungai Liat with her speech title, My Experience.
Let us hear her experience. Lauren, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Francia, and I'm here today to tell you about my experience. Before I start, I want to say thank you for giving me an opportunity so I can speak right now through a video. So let's start. I have an unforgettable experience. So it was an event that was held by my school, River to MG Cup. There was a Bahasa Indonesia speech competition and English speech competition. And at the time, my homeroom teacher chose me as a candidate to join both of them. I really excited to join the English one, but I really disappointed if I have to join the Bahasa Indonesia one. Why? Because the topic is a little bit hard for me. But I tried at the time. I tried to make the speech text. Then I tried to memorize it. They give me 5 days to memorize 2 kinds of speech. And I can't afford it. So I tell to my homeroom teacher, Miss, I can't afford it. Can you change me? Maybe you can look for another candidate to join this competition. And my homeroom teacher just allow me and I can choose another person to change me, join the Bahasa speech competition. So I only joined the English speech competition. I was so happy at the time because the rule for English speech competition, we can bring the full paper. Like, I don't need to memorize, so I need to read it. Okay? I'm really happy at that time. And then, when it's in the day, I know that I'm not ready anymore because I didn't memorize my speech anymore. When I see my friend and some student from grade 9, of course, they bring paper. A lot of them bring paper, but some of them didn't bring any paper. I asked them, do you memorize it? And they just say, of course, we memorize it. I was like, what? I didn't interested to be the winner at the time. But I know I want to get the trophy. So that's why I'm a little bit not confident at the time. Then I just asked my classmate that joined the competition too, like, do you memorize it? Of course. Huh? Is that only me that not memorize the speech? I was really shocked at the time. And it was my turn. I tried to be confident. I tried my best. I came into the room and I start my speech. It ran well, really, really well. I spent 4 minutes to do it. And I think it was so good because I feel that confident in myself. And before I got up from the room, we have a Q&A session with my teacher, my English teacher, and the judges, of course. Then I got into the room, waiting for the result. I'm so shocked when they tell about the result. I was the winner, the first winner of that competition. I just prepared one night, only one night, for my English speech competition. I was so happy because I can be the winner of that competition. But also, I was so shocked. How can I be the winner? I didn't try my best at that time. But from that experience, I hope you would to know, because you have to try your best at doing something. Try to be confident. try to prepare it really well, because the result, of course, really well. Don't be like me, because I didn't prepare it well. I'm just lucky at that time, so I can be the winner. And that was a lesson for myself too. I hope I can be better next time. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren, for your great experience. Wow, as a fellow someone that always do competition, I do get your experience, but maybe you'd have a better experience than me because you actually really won something. I always won second place or third place.
But at least you won something.
At least I won something, right? It's not about the trophy. It's not about the title. It's about the experience.
Exactly.
All right. Let's move on to our next speaker. We have Nonfitan from SMA Santo Yusuf, Tanjung Balai Karimun, with her speech entitled "Playing Through the Pain." Ooh. This might be very, very motivational and inspirational. So, Nonfitan, this time is yours.
Let me tell you a story. One day, my class was scheduled to play volleyball. Sounds fun, right? Well, yeah, for some of them. Well, you see, for those who are already talented in volleyball, they'll have an easy time playing them. But for those who are not, they will have to train extra hard just to be able to play it correctly. One of my friends got this swollen part on her wrist after practicing playing volleyball for too long. I've told my friend to go to the doctor and check it out, but she just brushed it off and said it was a normal thing to get when you're doing sports. I'm fine if it's just a small bruises on the hands, but this one is a huge swollen part and it stayed there for months. This incident caused me to think, why do people around the world take sport injury as something you should normalize? This sport injury is regarded by many as an unavoidable part of sport participants and often ignored. For example, in 1979, an athlete named Jack Youngblood played in 3 games and a major tournament on a broken leg that was braced and taped, and not medically treated until the end of the season. Can you imagine? This athlete risked his leg just to be able to participate in the tournament. His leg might get severe damage, or worse, he might lose his leg, but he is still going on. So, after some research, I found out that this is what they call a sports ethic. 4 core ideas underlying this sport ethic is, the first one is that the sports ethic involves making sacrifice for your sport. In order to be considered a real athlete or one worthy of development and attention, you must prioritize your sports above all else. Athletes must demonstrate an unwavering commitment to their sports and in doing so must make sacrifice. The second idea underlying the sport ethic involves striving for destinations. The ultimate marker of success in sport for athletes is winning, which includes winning competitions, breaking records, and pushing to the limits of the sports. The third idea underlying the sport ethic is of particular focus in this speech, as it involves accepting the risks associated with sports and playing through the pains. Athletes accept risks and play through the pain both because of internal and external pressure like from teammates and coaches. And the final idea underlying the sport ethic is that athletes will accept no obstacle while pursuing their sports, even when their odds are against them, for instance, after suffering a debilitating injuries. While a strong athletic identity can provide motivation and drive that is needed to succeed in sports, it can also be detrimental and lead players to push their bodies beyond what is safe in order to maintain their athletic identity. Those who identify strongly with their athletic identity are more likely to adapt an attitude of toughing out an injury. These individuals are also more likely to participate in their sports to an extreme where it may be physically damaging, Playing through the pains for these participants may be a rational decision in the short term to maintain their athletic identity, but they may not be emotionally or psychologically prepared if they sustain a debilitating injury that forces them to leave their sports and give up their athletic identity. In conclusions, while many players may believe that it is their own decisions whether they will play while injured or not, their socialization into the sports ethic and the culture of risk that sport is embedded in, along with their own sense of their athletic identity and the influence of others, may create a situation where the only choice for them is to continue to play. Pain is normalized through external institutional setting as well as self-imposed values that athletes accept as being as a part of sports early on. This is my speech. Thank you very much for paying attention.
Thank you, Novitan, for your speech.
Yeah, I think I kind of relate to her because playing through the pain, playing through something that hurts, I think every guitarist feels that and every bassist feels that. Your fingers will never be the same. And if you manage to play through the pain, it never hurts again. That's the best part of playing through the pain. But don't force yourself. Don't force yourself. You might really injure yourself and you can't play anymore. So, yeah. All right. Let's move on to our final speaker for the session.
Yes.
We have
Michelle Tang from SMA Santa Maria Tanjung Pinang with her speech title, Why Do We Label Ourselves?
Right.
Well,
Michelle, the time is yours.
Well, firstly, I'm going to do the introduction, of course, for the speech. That is why am I choosing this topic. That is, why do we label ourselves? Well, to begin with, I can say that I'm just the regular quiet kid that you will meet at every school. I mean, I'm pretty average. And from there, this is actually one of my hobbies, just observing people from where I'm sitting. And, of course, analyzing their behavior and how do most people usually do or interact with their peers and how they would view the community and the world with their own perspective. That is actually I found really interesting. Somehow observing the people around me, everything that relates to human behavior, stereotypes, something about psychology really piqued my interest. I can say I'm a pretty keen observer because that is what I do most, but somehow I'm not actually interested in psychology. That's why I'm going to explain that later on the speech as well. I barely talk to people. I mostly do the listening part, and from here I can infer that most people are mostly narcissists because they will have you fully occupied listening to what they have to say, and when they feel like they don't need you anymore, they will probably dump you and have fun and just befriend with others they find more interesting or popular. I mean, I know I shouldn't be talking bad because this is actually a really sensitive topic that is about mental health, because people, especially in my generation, are actually really concerned with their mental health as if it's actually more important than their own body or physique. Even though I see this as equal, but I think we should focus on both, not just mental health. I think that's for me. And actually I have a pretty interesting experience regarding mental health because I actually saw a lot of mental health stuff on TV or social media. I mean, it's fine, that's actually great because people just starting to realize that mental health is also important. But I feel like people are just exaggerating the subject, or I don't know, or maybe people just feel that they're no longer embarrassment or this topic is no longer taboo or something, but I'm just going to say it. So I sometimes scroll social media like Instagram. People post about mental health or probably YouTube videos, and then I would go to the comments and people would make comments, something like this. Oh, I can relate. I have been diagnosed by my therapist that I have ASPD, and in case you didn't know, ASPD is the abbreviation of antisocial personality disorder. Basically, the hardcore introvert, and something like I'm so not going out because of my anxiety, and this is the most annoying part. I mean, the most annoying comment. I just can't see things like this. Excuse my OCD. I'm totally speechless. I mean, I understand that people went through lots of hardships, even though there are different difficulties. Many people have their own struggles, but I just don't think this is the case, and I just think people are exaggerating because this just keeps getting worse. And if you're on Quora, then you probably encounter a lot of these people, the narcissist type that I'm just talking about. And one day I have a school project regarding psychopathy, and as lucky as I can be, I stumbled upon an article that goes, "We psychopaths," remember that this person used the letter "we," so please underline that, "don't feel empathy, and no, we are not dangerous. I saved 8 people from committing suicide, donate to charity, and I won't take you for unknown reason unless you are harm my inner circle, pets, or pisses me off by holding on my clip. Please don't judge us. Don't judge us." And please, that person just judged himself. And this is also another labeling type, because if you're my age, you will find like zodiac signs or MBTI, and a lot of people around my age are obsessed with these, and they just basically, as if their personality all depends on that thing, and even ship their own self with their idols just because they have the same zodiac sign, as if they're destined to be together. And that's all I have to say basically for my speech. People are basically narcissists, and they actually just wanted to be called out at the center of attention, be called unique and recognized by other person. I mean, their community. That's why they do such thing, and this is why I'm not ready to be a psychologist. I'd rather be a surgeon and study about the human organs instead of their behavior.
Thank you, Michelle Tang, for your great speech about labeling ourselves. I never want to label myself anymore.
Me neither.
Yeah, I usually label myself as the fat kid, but nah. I'll just be happy. If I have to label myself, I'll label myself as something positive, like a winner.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, that is all the speaker for the first session. The second session will be hosted with a different host. So, before that, we have a performance from Ersa from SMA San Josef Pangalpinang. Well, that is all from us. My name is Kenny.
Ramata.
I see you later.
So very bad by all of the things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling at the Oprah and the Queen. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights. Yeah, different city every night. Ooh, I swear the world better prepare when I'm a billionaire. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights. Yeah, different city every night. Ooh, I swear the world better prepare when I'm a billionaire. Oh, oh, I'm a billionaire. Oh, oh, I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy all of the thing I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling at the opera and the queen. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights. Yeah, different city every night. Ooh, I swear the world better prepare when I'm a billionaire. Oh, oh, I'm a billionaire. Oh, oh, I wanna be a billionaire so very bad.
Bravo, that was one freaking performance. Anyways, yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another performance for World Speech Day 2023. It's me again, Michael Japtarichan, with my brand new partner.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Lee.
And we are going to be your new host for the rest of this World Speech Day stream. Coming in live from SMA Santo Yosep, Pangkal Pinang, Bangka Belitung, Indonesia.
We are the representative of the Youth Leadership Program by Tunas Karya Foundation and Toastmaster International of Italy.
It's so good to be back here with you guys. As you all might have known, this is the second time me being an MC.
And it's the first time for me. This is making me nervous.
Don't be, just go with the flow.
Anyways, let's get into it, shall we?
Let's freaking go. Anyways, the last session ended with a speaker from G3. There are the members of and administrators of St. Joseph's Agora Youth Club 201, and also the teachers. Let's continue to the speakers from the members and administrators of St. Joseph's Agora Youth Club 201. With the first being the one and only president of the club. Please welcome Kenny Kurniawan with his speech, How to Accept Life, How to Accept Death and Live with No Regrets. This will be very useful for me. Kenny, the time
and place
is yours.
Right. Let me open up with a very negative line for all of us. There's no such thing as being born equal. Now I know, calm down, calm down. All of us are born as humans, of course, but being born equal on the same footing, it's impossible. Some of us are born rich, some of us are born poor. Some of us are born to be geniuses and prodigies, and some of us are born with disabilities. No matter what, there's no such thing as equality. But we all do share the same fate, death. No matter what, one day, every single human, every single animal, every single plant, every single planet, every single stars, every single black hole in this universe will eventually die. So let me tell you how to accept that fate. Now, I know, probably in your mind, you're probably thinking, what is this fat young man talking about? Why is he saying how to accept death? He's not even in his early 20s. He hasn't even experienced midlife crisis. How can he tell me how to accept death? Well, first of all, thank you for calling me young. Being the contact person of this huge event has resulted in me being called sir way too many times. I feel like royalty and I feel really old. So thank you for reaffirming that I am definitely young. And you're right. I am not qualified for this. I haven't even reached my mid-20s. And if I die tomorrow, I'll probably have like a million regret. Like, where should I put my guitar? Who would take care of my guitar? Who would take care of my laptop? Please, is my internet browser history will be leaked? I don't know, but there'll probably be a lot of regrets. But if I do die tomorrow, I think I know how to accept that fate. There's two main events that strongly influenced my view on death. The first one is my mother's passing. I don't want to sound insensitive to my family member and everyone else, But I think compared to them, I moved on pretty fast. I accepted her death way faster. Now, there's probably a lot of reason. One of them being I didn't spend as much time compared to everyone else because she's getting treatment and everything, etc. But I think this is what influenced me. Have you ever experienced this? You just lay in your bed staring at the ceiling and you think to yourself, humans will die. I am human. My mom and dad are human. So, and then you start bawling and crying your eyes out. Well, I'm one of those person. I did cry when I hear it. Well, I didn't cry that much. I just shed a tear. But I think at that moment, I accepted that my mom is mortal. It's like a childhood scar for me. And it is. It's unlike a wound healed over time. Scar just remains. The second one is a YouTube channel. It's called Inus Anus. Now calm down, Michael, calm down. I didn't say the word that you think is an organ of your body. It's Unus Anus, it's not Unus, yeah. It's Latin for 1 year. What is that YouTube channel? The objective of that YouTube channel is, it's created by two YouTubers, Mark from Markiplier and Ethan from Crank Gameplays. And the objective is they would upload one video every day for an entire year. And by the end of the year, they will delete that channel. So anyone that just discovered Unisonus today or half watched it, they can never experience Unisonus anymore. But why? Why did they do that? Every fan will be mad. Well, that's why every video they have this phrase, Memento Mori. What does it mean? Remember, you must die. So there's another popular saying, in the world, you will die twice. The first one is when you die physically, you die dead, go to heaven or hell. And then you die in people's heart. People will forget you. People will never say your name ever again. There will be a last time where people say your name, including Unus Anus. So what can you conclude from my speech? Well, I didn't tell you how to accept death. I didn't tell you how to live with no regret. And you're right. No one can live with no regret. Because there's nothing. There's nothing you can do to live with no regrets. But you can accept death. How? Every night, when you're about to go to bed, when you're about to pray, tell yourself, I embrace life. And later, I will die. Memento Mori. So when death greets you in his door, you can greet him like your old friend and say, it was fun while it lasted. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kenny, for your wholesome speech. So yeah, everyone will die soon. Even the friends that you met yesterday could die tomorrow. Anyways, let's continue.
Okay, the next in line is the Vice President of Education. Please welcome Gabriela Auder-Young with her speech, Living in the Present. The stage is yours, Gabriela.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about something that I've been wanting to hear for myself as of lately. It's about living in the present. Because all too often, we get caught up in worries about the future or regrets about the past, and we forget to just fully appreciate and enjoy the current moment. But when we learn to let go of those thoughts, we can actually find a greater sense of joy, peace, and fulfillment in our lives. Living in the present means letting go of the past. I know, of course, it is important to acknowledge the experiences that have shaped you as a person, but it is equally important to let go of any negative emotions that may be associated with the past, because we learn from the past, but we do not dwell on it. When we let go of the past, we can free ourselves from anger, sadness, and regret, and instead focus on what is happening right now. Living in the present also means not worrying about the future, because we all have goals and plans that we want to achieve, but worrying about it too much can prevent us from just enjoying the journey. And when you are being fully present, you can savor the present moment and the simple things happening around you, instead of just worrying about what's to come. Also, living in the present has many benefits. First one is reducing your stress and anxiety. I mean, when you worry about something constantly 24/7, the anxiety and stress will also come 24/7. So if you just throw all those bad thoughts away, it can be easy to find a sense of peace and calm. Second of all, it can also help you cultivate a greater appreciation and gratitude in your life. Because just enjoying the simple things and savoring the present moment, it can really bring you to appreciate simple joys in life, like a delicious meal or a beautiful sunset or a kind word from a friend. Third one, it can also help you build deeper and more meaningful connections and relationship with others. Because when you're being present with someone, they're more likely to feel seen and heard, and it therefore improve your communication, build trust, deeper connections, and foster greater understanding and empathy in your relationship. So, how can we learn to live in the present? Well, I got a few tips for you. The first one is practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is a practice of being fully engaged and aware in the current moment without judgment. It can be done simply by taking a few deep breaths and focusing your attention on your breath. When your mind wanders away, gently bring it back to the present moment. When you are being mindful, it can help improve your mental health conditions and get rid of the negative emotions, therefore improving your overall well-being. The third one is living in the present can help you, can be done by just limiting distractions. Because in our modern world, we're constantly bombarded by distractions from our phones, social media, and from the news. But it is important to take time each day to set aside and disconnect from technology so we can be fully present in the current moment. And the last one is practice self-care. When you practice self-care for yourself, both physically and emotionally, you can feel more grounded and engaged in your own life. Because you can heal any past traumas and engage in activities that you enjoy doing. And if you ever need help, do not hesitate to seek them out from your people who are dearest to you and medical professionals, if ever needed. In conclusion, living in the present can help you in many ways. It is a mindset that can help you find a greater sense of peace, joy, and fulfillment in your lives. So, by practicing mindfulness, practicing gratitude, limiting distractions, and practicing self-care, you can learn to be content in life wherever you're standing. Remember though, being present in a moment is not an easy practice, so I urge you all to take time to stop and just be in the present. Let's live in the present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela Audreyong, for your motivational speech. And don't live in the past, just...
Master Ogway once said, "The past is history, the future is a mystery, but now is a gift. That is why they called it the present." Yes. All right, let's continue. The next one is Calista Aurelia Boone, as the Vice President of Membership from the same club, with her speech, "Life as an Imperfect Human." Calista, the place is yours.
Hello everyone. So today I would like to tell you about a little bit about our life as imperfect humans. But before that, I would like to ask you, what is humans? Well, simple. We humans, we live, we breathe, we eat, we move. And fun fact, we also make a lot of mistakes. Wait, is it normal to do a lot of mistakes as a humans? Well, truthfully, it's very normal. All of us do a mistake sometimes in our life, 80 years of our life or maybe more life, we do mistakes. Fun fact, we human have a rating of 100% of human in the earth doing some mistakes. There's no exception even for the one that called a perfect type of humans. Then that's not even exists. Like if you asking people, why do you want to be a perfect humans? Well, I want to do my best. I want to do a lot of things without mistakes. Well, that's not possible. We do mistakes. We learn from them. And let me tell you a little bit of a story. So I have a friend. She tell me, I do a lot of mistakes. Oh, she gonna hate me. They're gonna hate me. I do a lot of mistakes. It's gonna be the end of my world. I'm not the best. Like, she got 90 on her math test. And I got 70. Like, if she's the one that have a worse mistake, then what am I? I have 70. It's not even past of the line of remedial one. Oh. So there's a lot of reasons why people might think like that. The first one is a public opinions. First, it's always start at home. The pressures, a lot of things. You maybe think, oh, I want to do my best for my family so my family can have a higher status, higher pride, so it can make them proud. But honestly, it's not as easy as you thought, because we do mistakes, of course. And second is your friends or maybe your close college or something. They always criticize you, but actually before you listen to them, maybe they criticize you, but not in a bad way. They're not intentionally make you feel down. They just want to compliment you, or maybe telling you, oh, you look nice, or maybe you should put this a little bit. They just want to try to help you. You don't need to feel like, oh, I need to do better next time. Just do your best. So there's a few tips I want to share you guys on how to appreciate yourself as a perfect human. First, always love yourself. The key of everything is to love yourself. Not too much, just mediumly. Because loving yourself too much is kind of weird, actually. Loving yourself is a better way to acknowledge yourself. Do things in your daily life, write it down, and you will see at the end of the day, you know you do a lot of good stuff. You already done much. Why need to more? We only live 80 years or more, if you're lucky. And I just want to say that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Calista, for your speech. And remember, no humans are perfect. Let's continue.
Let's continue. The next speaker will be Darren Benardi as the treasurer with his speech, Competitive Enthusiasm. Darren, the place is yours.
Good day, everyone. I'm here to share with all of you why I am a competitive enthusiast as an introvert. First of all, being a competitive enthusiast, it's not just about winning. It's about setting goals, challenging yourselves, and continuously improving. When you participate in competitions, whether it's sports, academics, or even business, you have to push yourself to perform your best and strive for excellence. And that's what drives me as a competitive enthusiast. Secondly, being a competitive enthusiast has taught me many valuable life lessons. It has taught me the importance of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. When you want to achieve something, you need to put in the effort and time to make it happen. You need to be disciplined and stay focused on your goals even when faced with obstacles or setbacks. These are all important traits that not only will help you in succeed in competitions, it will help you in life. Thirdly, being a competitive enthusiast has allowed me to meet new people, make friends, and form connections. As an introvert, I know firsthand how daunting it is to put myself out there in front of others, especially when it comes to competitions, even online competitions. But being an introvert does not mean we cannot compete or succeed. And here are some tips for me personally on how to overcome those barriers. By preparing ahead of time, managing your energy levels, and seeking out support when needed. One strategy is to prepare as much as possible before the competition. Introverts often prefer to have a detailed plan of action, so take the time to research and practice your skills ahead of time. This will give you more confidence going into the competition and help you feel more comfortable once you're there. Another important factor is learning to manage your energy levels. Social interactions can be draining for introverts, so it's essential to take breaks throughout the competition to recharge. Take some time alone and center yourself and reflect. This will help calm any anxiety and allow you to perform your best. Lastly, don't be afraid to ask for help. Competition can be stressful for anyone, and introverts may struggle to cope with the added pressure. Reach out to teammates, coaches, or even mental health professionals if you need support or guidance. There's no shame in admitting you need assistance, and it can make all the difference in boosting your confidence and overall performance. When you compete against others, you develop a sense of camaraderie and respect for your opponents. You appreciate their skills and abilities and learn from them. This has given me the opportunity to network and build relationships with people from different walks of life. Last but not least, being a competitive enthusiast has been a source of joy and fulfillment for me. There are few things more rewarding than achieving a goal you have set for yourself or winning a competition you have worked so hard on. It's a feeling of pride and accomplishment that stays with you long after the competition is over. In conclusion, being a competitive enthusiast is not just a hobby, it's a way of life. It's about pushing yourself to be your best, learning from your failures, and enjoying the journey. So, whether you are an athlete, scholar, or entrepreneur, I encourage you to embrace your competitive spirit and strive for greatness. Thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Thank you so much, Darren Benardi, for your speech. And if you want to achieve something, of course you must have effort.
That's the point of competition. Anyways, the next is Widya Serena Amalia Putri as a group member with her speech, Confidence as the Key to Success. Widya, the place is yours.
So hello everyone, good morning. How's your day? I hope you are in a good condition today. And before we start, let's be grateful to God that give us the chance to gather in this place, give me the chance to convey my speech, and give you the chance to watch this live streaming. So before we start, I want you to be relaxed. Just relax and prepare yourself, because we're going to talk about an interesting topic today. Can you guess what it is? It's about self-confidence. Yep, it's a familiar thing to us. We all must be confident, right? But not only want to, we need to be confident. If you ask me why, I'll say because confidence is the key to success. So before talking more about confidence, we need to understand what is confidence. Confidence is our skill to convince ourselves, to look at our skill and our capability positively. Or to make it simple, confidence is our skill to look at ourselves positively. So confidence has many benefits for us. If we are confident, we will be brave to get through the challenge. We will be brave to improve our skill and get new experiences, and maybe there are some more. And if we are confident, we can also tell what is our flaws, what is our future or our skill. So by doing it, we can improve our skill and ignore our insecurity or our flaws. Besides avoid us from insecurity that can make us stuck on progressing, confidence can also make us brave to take the next step to chase our dreams and be successful. I'll give you an example. Imagine if you are a student who have a dream to be a model. Besides of taking care of our body and our looks, we also need to be confident to take the next step. By doing what? We can do it by maybe participate in some events, competition, or maybe selection to be a model. But if we are not confident, we just sit there dreaming about to be a model, but never participate in some events, we will never make our dream come true. You think so too, right? So this is why we need to be confident. But beside the confidence to begin, we also need confidence to show up in front of the people. We need to tell the public about our skill. I know it. Some of you may be afraid to show up in front of people. You're afraid they will judge you. You're afraid they will see your flaws. And you're afraid there are people who are better than you. But trust me, all you need is just be confident. And the people, maybe you see them as someone who better than you, are ever at the same level as you. But they improve themselves so they be someone better. It's a process. If they can do it, why can't you? So the key is just being confident. Talking about being confident, here are some tips from me how to be confident. First, all you have to do is ignore the negative judgment or negative opinion from other people. It's just wasting your time. Second, just tell yourself that you are capable and you have the skill to do it. Trust me, it's a confidence booster. And then third, you just need to focus to do what you should do, than just minding other thinking about people judgment and the other. Number 4, if you want to be confident to show up in front of the public or people, but you're afraid of the people, just imagine that the room is empty. And maybe you can imagine the people are just NPCs, action figure, or even potatoes. It's up to your imagination actually, as long as you're comfortable with it. And then the last one, just be brave. Don't be scared to do some mistake. Some mistake is normal, because it's a process. And people also don't really mind our mistake, because they have their own business. So that is all the tips from me. And I think that's all my speech. I hope my speech can bring us to the bright future. And that's it, everyone. Thank you and farewell.
Thank you so much, Widya Sarana Mulia Putri, for your amazing speech. And the point is, if you're confident, you know your flaws and your talent, and that's have many benefits for you.
Yeah, I knew this is gonna be useful for you, Stephanie.
Yeah. The next up will be Deviani Florencia as the secretary with her speech, Why Trees and Plants So Important for Us and the World.
Because they make oxygen.
Okay. Devi, the place is yours.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk to you about the trees. Well, trees are essential for our life. That's because the trees produce oxygen that we need for our body to be able to breathe. If there are no oxygen on our planet, we will not be able to survive at all. How do the trees produce oxygen actually? Some of you probably know this from school. It is the process of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is the process by which the plant uses sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to create oxygen and energy in the form of sugar. Another sources of carbon dioxide include most animals, which exhale carbon dioxide as a waste product. That also includes us, because we also exhale carbon dioxide as a waste product. Human activities that lead to carbon dioxide emission come primarily from energy production, including burning coal, oil, or natural gas. It also comes from vehicles such as motorcycles, cars, automobiles. Not to mention, without the trees, all we only able going to see is cracking dry land because there are no trees to absorb the moisture when it rains. And the greenhouse effect, which is the process that occurs when gases in Earth's atmosphere trap the sun's heat. This process makes Earth much more warmer than it would be without an atmosphere. The greenhouse effect is one of the things that make Earth a comfortable place to live. In Jakarta, which is a dense place, which is a dense town, usually you would probably see a lot of trees there. That's because the pollution there is a lot. There's a lot of companies, industry, or even a factory. So the government plant the trees on the sidewalk to make it less polluted. That's why you always see them in Jakarta. Well, what should we do when there are almost no tree left? Well, you can just buy some seed from plants in a store and just sprinkle it on some land or maybe a backyard. You don't have to do some drastic measures such as I'm going to plant 1,000 trees or maybe a protest. No, you just have to plant a tree maybe or your favorite plant. It could be a flower, it could be a tree, it could be anything you like. And that is all for my speech today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deviani, for your speech. So yeah, go oxygen, go trees, etc., etc. Let's continue. Coming up next is the MC for the previous session. She is Kalista Atta Putri as a group member with her speech, The Moral Crisis in Modern Society. Kalista, the place is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thought with you today on a topic that has been much discussed yet rarely acted upon, the moral crisis in modern society. The 21st century is filled with immense technological advancements that have made our life more efficient and convenient. But at what cost have these advancements come? We live in a world where selfishness and greed are pervasive, and people often put their own interests ahead of the common good. This can be attributed to several factors, including an erosion of moral values and a lack of understanding about the consequence of our action. We must remember that we are all connected and our actions have an impact on each other. The beauty of humanity seems to be fading away, and this seems to be true especially in the face of losing humans' values. Among the various forms of human values, truth values of belonging and responsibility for the common good and for a meaningful life and living finds loss. In context, the transition from tradition to the so-called modern has not been smooth, and the central element where values were embedded in traditional life were missed in the transition. Along with the transition, there was also a shift from communitarian good to individualism, which adversely affected to the sense of belonging, responsibility, and the larger communitarian good. This led of the creation of a righteously self-centered, selfish society where selfishness has gone to the extent of killing a father become a king. All along the various factors of identity find embroiled within a crisis. So, how can we reverse this trend? We must begin by teaching people at a young age the importance of being compassionate, respectful, and considerate to others. Additionally, we must also encourage individuals to think the responsibility for their decisions and think before they act. Finally, we must create a culture in which people are not judged by their material positions, but instead by their character. if we can all make these small changes, I believe that the moral crisis in modern society can be reversed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kalista, for your motivational speech. So let's continue.
Okay, let's continue with our next speaker, Mutiara Rafaela, as a group member with her speech, How Indonesia Need the New Generation to Develop a Better Indonesia. Mutiara, the place is yours. So, good morning everyone, and today I would like to tell you about my speech, How Indonesia Needs a New Generation to Develop a Better Indonesia. So in this digital era, there are many challenges for young people to invest in the country, such as not to be swept away and become victims of negative side of technological progress. In addition, youth play an important role as subject of development and become agents of change for the environment through the active participation of youth in social community activities. Now, to strengthen the role of youth as agents in making changes to the environment and their country, our country needs to carry out a transformation. Technology is developing rapidly, changing the way people move, communicate, and transit. Various applications provide features that enable faster, better, and cheaper services. Digital technology-based products such as e-money, digital wallet, internet banking, cryptocurrency, and so on are offered by business competitors. What things can you do to build Indonesia? First, improve literacy. In addition to books, the convenience of technology such as online book should be used by young people to get used to reading. Believe me, reading literacy or book every day can increase your insight or stimulate verbal skills and creativity. If it's still difficult to get started, choose a simple book like your favorite genre novel. Second, be open to new talks and experiences. The world is getting more and more dynamic. Disclosure of information on also expose us to new cultures and experiences. And the third is support Indonesian local products. Another way to advance Indonesia is to buy and use local products as a form of support for small and medium enterprises. These local product entrepreneurs are also part of the economy in Indonesia. The use of local product slowly also help boost the value of the rupiah. The younger generation must become agents of empowerment after the changes that now play a role in physical and non-physical development in our country. The role of millennial students as learners as well as empowerment is support in three roles. First of all, agent of change. Mostly asking for what is agent of change? A change agent or agent of change is someone who promotes and enables change to happen within any group or organization. Second, social control. What is social control? Social control is described as a certain set of rules and standards in society that keep individuals bound to a conventional standard as well as the use of formalized mechanism. And lastly, iron stock. Iron stock is the minimum stock of goods in order to avoid bottlenecks in sales. The iron inventory must not be too high, otherwise probability will suffer. The amount of iron stock is usually determined by current demand and the delivery time. So let's contribute together to build nation progress. I'm Mutiara Rafaela, thank you. Thank you so much, Mutiara, for your amazing speech. Well, Indonesian youth generation must be responsible for developing Indonesia.
I agree. Anyways, next up, we will be having Marcelo Nolong as another vice president of membership with his speech, Societal beauty demands are harmful. Harmful indeed.
Okay, Marcelo Nolong, the time and place is yours.
All right, I want you guys to think about Indonesian beauty standards. I'm pretty sure most of you think of white skin, having a fair skin, skinny and tall, or even having a curve Well, I'm here right now to talk about the things that I think we need to talk about more in our society. Beauty standard itself change constantly and fast, and when you can keep up with that, you're gonna have someone that are gonna tell you that you're ugly. You are what makes you beautiful, and don't let other people define what's beautiful and what's not. In the world today, we see different ad campaigns that cast young, fit, beautiful women that completely show unrealistic beauty standard. Body shape is something that the majority of women struggle with. Some of them may think that they're too big, too curvy, or even too skinny. These unrealistic beauty standards can lead to mental health and eating disorder. This is why representation matters. I'm pretty sure most of you already know that Disney lately have been releasing the trailer of the live action, which is The Little Mermaid. They changed the old Ariel to having like a black skin. So there's a lot of pro and contra about that. But this is why representation matters. I'm pretty sure not a lot of people out there are showing having people or even actors or actresses that show someone that has a black skin or tan skin, you know? They just show like white people and everything. I'm pretty sure that also impact to the people that are watching it because they're gonna think that, oh, this is the beauty standard that we're gonna need to keep up. Like I said before, and when you can't keep up with one beauty standard, you're gonna have someone that are gonna tell you that you're not beautiful, that you will be seen as someone that can't take care of themselves. This is why representation matters. And this also shows that mental health and the audience that are watching the TV or even your phone, they're gonna keep up with that. So we as a human right now, we're gonna need to represent more and to show that do not set impossible goals that are completely unrealistic, that are gonna give you like not eating every day, like that's just completely unrealistic. And it's so unrealistic that your body or my body could ever be like anybody else's. That's all for me. Marcel, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcelino. So yeah, everybody is beautiful how the way they are. Next.
Yes. Let's hear from our next speaker, Moses Dustin Leonardi, as the Sergeant of Arms, with his speech, Why Thus the Earth Keeps Getting Warmer.
Global warming. Anyways, Moses, the place is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Moses Dustin Leonardi, and to start things off, I have a question for you guys. Why does the air in our environment get hotter day by day? Some of you guys may already know the answer behind this, but if not, then let me clue you in. Now, the answer is simple, just 2 words: global warming. Now, what exactly is global warming? Global warming is a process where the average temperature of the atmosphere of the Earth gets warmer. These changes are caused by greenhouse gas emissions, which are caused by human activities, such as the burning of garbage, using products containing CFC, and using fossil fuels, and so much more. Now, global warming has actually been happening since a very long time ago. But in the last 100 years, it has gotten a lot worse due to the burning of fossil fuels. But not only fossil fuels, also coal, natural gas, oil, and so much more. And burning them causes what's called the greenhouse gas effect, which basically creates a layer of greenhouse gas on the atmosphere that acts like a glass layer that bounces light from the sun back to the surface of the Earth, which heats up the air in the process. Another example is when you leave your car out on a hot day for, let's say, 20 minutes. It can feel like, once we go back in, we can feel like we're being microwaved alive. It is because lights come through the glass and bounces back out, but some of those lights aren't powerful enough to penetrate the glass, so it continuously bounces in there, heating up the air inside. Now, as the name suggests, global warming affects the entire world. The rising temperatures can cause polar ice caps to melt, and thus increasing the volume of seawater there is in the ocean and reducing the amount of land we have left. And this is already happening. Since the temperature of the air increases, the rate at which water evaporates from the ground rises, leading to a lot of fertile soil becoming dry and crops in farms drying out. This also increases the chances of wildfires occurring in forests, which in turn will produce even more CO2 to add to the pile of greenhouse gases up in the atmosphere. Now, most people think that CO2 is deadly and poisonous. Well, yes, but actually no. Let me explain. CO2 becomes deadly to humans when it becomes concentrated enough to the point it can cause a lack of oxygen in the brain and damage tissues and organs. Now, after hearing all of those, you get the point what I'm trying to say. Global warming is bad, very, very bad. Now, there are a few ways to solve this. The simplest way is to use public transportations instead of private vehicles. This can help reduce the amount of CO2 that can be produced from your cars and motorcycles. Now, moving on to the more mediocre ways to help are: one, prevent the use of one-time use products such as plastic bags. Instead, opt for a bag that lasts longer, like a tote bag. Now, second, use environmentally friendly products, so dirt and water in our environment will not get polluted by chemicals and impurities. Now, if you already have done one of those things above, then congrats. You just helped us solve global warming. Although it may not have a big impact considering the other 8 billion people living on this planet. But in this game, every number counts. That's all from to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses Dasins, for your speech. You know, Michael, I just studied global warming in physics class.
So what did you learn?
A lot of material.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, the next speaker is Steve Antonius with his speech. Bullying was not fun.
Wait, are you the one who bullied them or are they the one who bullied you? Well, let's hear his explanation. So, Steve, the place is yours.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? I hope all of you doing great today. Before I start my speech, it is my honor to speak in front of you all. Now I have a few questions. Have you encountered bully in your life? Do you ever get bullied or bullying someone? Or have you helped the person that being bullied? From what I encountered, being bullied really changing almost everything in life, like lifestyle and perspective of life. Bullying is a bad behavior among school-age teenagers. This behavior usually repeated or have potential to be repeated for time. Both teenagers that bullied and who doing bullied may have some problem in their life. A quarter of all the children will experience school bullying at some point in their life, while they are at primary school or secondary school or high school, or even if they are already adult and are work. Parents should acknowledge themselves about bullying, because bullying can greatly affect mental health of those who are bullied and doing the bully. According to Yayasan Sejiwa Bullying, there are several forms of bullying. These are physical, verbal, psychological, and cyberbullying. Physical bullying is when a person or group of people use physical action to bully someone, such as hitting, poking, slapping, pushing, spitting, and throwing objects intentionally to make them feel weak and powerless. Verbal bullying is repeated action of insult, giving insult name, cursing, and spreading rumors. Physical bullying is the most dangerous of them all, because if we are not aware enough, we are not know if this happening. The examples are threatening, manipulating, or stalking someone. And cyberbullying is a method of bullying that using technology, such as social media. The examples are Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and others. There are many factors that motivate bullying behavior. Maybe bullies want to feel powerful by insulting or mocking someone. Maybe they want to have the intention they don't have. or maybe even they want to be aggressive. Bullies pick on the people they think they don't fit in. Maybe because how they are act, they look, their religion, their race, or because bully think they are person that are more great than they are. Before I close my speech, there's one thing that I need all of you to remember, and that is to not bully other people, whether you like them or not. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for your motivational speech. I just have 2 words for you. Stay strong. So then, last but not least, we have Glenn Marcelino Nolong as a group member with his speech entitled, How Important is Anti-Racism in Indonesia?
Glenn, the time and place is yours.
Hello everyone, ladies and gents. Today I will discuss about a rather important and interesting topic, that is racism. Racism has been a viral and big problem in almost every country, even Indonesia. But what is racism? I believe some of us already know what the definition of racism, but in case you didn't, racism is a discrimination by an individual, community, or institution against a person on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically the one that is a minority. It's like hating on other people just because they are different, and some people even express this hatred by bullying or even assaulting others that were different from them. In some other country, such as USA, the minority race, the black people, is treated badly and even enslaved back then. Thus, the black people start doing a revolution and started a war against the white people. The war is called the American Civil War. It started in April 1861 and ended in April 1865. Yes, a 4 year war that killed a lot of people that happened just because they have a different skin color. Nowadays, there are still people who hate the minority. The racism isn't fully gone yet. But how about our country, Indonesia? Well, in Indonesia, there's a lot of different races, ethnics, and religions. Of course, in a country with a lot of diversity, we need to tolerate the difference between us. That's why on the Indonesian national symbol, Garuda Pancasila, there's a motto that says, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, which means in difference, but we are still one. It's very clear that in Indonesia, the people are supposed to not be racist toward each other. Instead, they are supposed to tolerate the difference and work together to build the country. Racism in Indonesia, or like in every other country, can cause division and even destroy the country. But in Indonesia, the effect is strengthened because the diversities that Indonesia have. However, in Indonesia still has a lot of racism problems. Some of us even thought that racism is a funny joke rather than a discrimination or an insult. For example, a guy in the classroom said, "Y'all Chinese are slit-eyed," or "This Batak guy is so stubborn." And no, I'm not racist towards the Chinese and Batak people. It's just some example that is quite common to find in teenagers' friend group, like school classes. So the conclusion, we must tolerate each other differences to make Indonesia a better country. But how do we do that, you ask? We can start by doing an anti-racism act in Indonesia. Anti-racism is a belief, action, or policies that were developed to fight racism. The easiest way to start doing this is to make a post on your social media about anti-racism. Be friends with anyone without differentiating them and not insulting other people based on their religions, ethnics, and races. That's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Glenn, for your speech. And the point is, don't be racist.
Stop racism! So yeah, that's it for St. Joseph Agoras Youth Club 201. Before we continue to the teachers, we have another performance by
Ersa from SMA Santo Yosef, who will sing a song entitled I Will Fly.
I believe I can fly.
You got the wrong song.
Huh?
Wrong song.
Oh.
Ersa, the place is yours.
You know everything I've said, you know everything that we have done, and things I gave to you. It's hard for me to say how precious you are in my life, and you know that is true. To be with you is all that I need. 'Cause with you, my life seems brighter, and these are all the things I wanna say. I will fly into your arms to be with you till the end of time. Why are you so far away? You know it's very hard for me to get myself close to you. You know everything I've said, you know everything that we have done, and things I gave to you. It's hard for me to say how precious you are in my life, and you know that is true. To be with you is all that I need. 'Cause with you, my life seems brighter, and it are all the things I wanna say. I will fly into your arms to be with you till the end of time. Why are you so far away? You know it's very hard for me to get myself close to you. I wanna get myself close to you. I will fly into your arms to be with you till the end of time. Why are you so far away? You know it's very hard for me to get myself close to you. I wanna get myself close to you. Close to you.
Thank you, Elsa, for the song. That song makes me want to fly closer to the next batch of speakers, which are the teachers. Finally. So first up is Mr. Don Michael Goni from SMA Santo Yosef, Pangkal Pinang, with his speech, Who Cares?
I actually care.
Mr. Don, the place is yours.
Thank you. Have you seen a person throwing things like that? I bet you have. Well, we can see two different things from that kind of situation. From, the person and also the object thrown away. Well, but we tend to share same reactions, same response from the person who throw it. We tend to say, well, as long as I didn't do it, who cares? How about the object? Well, as long as it is not mine, who cares? Whew. Let's encounter another situation. Okay, have you ever met a person, a friend perhaps, yeah, having, what is it, capability of covering his or her, let's say, pain, without realizing that, yeah, it might harm his or her mental health? I bet you have. Well, some might support him or her, but some might say, who cares? Well, have you ever watched in the social media about people needing help? Well, some might directly sending food, blankets, but some might say, who cares? Have you ever been in the kind of discussion and you see this one person so dominating the discussion, and yeah, some people in the discussion started to hate him or her? I bet you have. Well, some might argue him or her directly, but some might say, who cares? Well, have you ever been bumped into an atmosphere, a vibing atmosphere, people laughing here and there, sharing jokes, sharing funny stories? I bet you have. But, you know, some might adapt or adjust, join that kind of situation, but some might say again, who cares? Well, those situations leave some of us completely, absolutely speechless. But they occur in our life, day by day. You see, as human and social beings, we are supposed to meet to discuss or to find solutions with other people. Experts say that it requires communication skills, but it also requires sensitivity and empathy as well. Why? Because those two aspects might have brought changes in our perspective upon something. So, when you meet a friend who is so good, covering his or her pain, and some might say, who cares? Be that someone saying, I care. And when you watch in a social media about people needing help, and other might say, who cares? Be that someone saying, I care. And when you are in a discussion, and this one person so dominating, don't focus on this man, this person, no. Focus on the discussion. Try to find solution. And instead of saying, who cares? Be that someone saying, I care. And if you bump into a situation, an atmosphere, a vibing atmosphere, encourage yourself to participate, join in it. And instead of saying, who cares? Be that someone saying, I care. Oh, I forgot. When you see this thrown away, pick it up and throw it into the trash can. And instead of saying, who cares? Be that someone saying, I care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Don, for your amazing speech. So, who cares? We do.
Yes. Next up will be Ma'am Maria Siska Inovani, aka Ma'am Caca, from SMK Tunas Karya, Pangkal Pinang, with her speech, The Way I Love Myself. Ma'am Caca, the time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you for Stephanie and Michael. And hi everyone. I take some quote. Catherine Meyer says that loving yourself is not a vanity, it is a sanity. I am almost 30 years old right now living in this world, and I ask myself, have I been happy? Have I made all the people live with me happy? And have I been loved, or have I been a loving person? And the last, have I loved myself? Actually, I'm growing until now. I try to answer my questions, all those questions, and I also nowadays that when the word talking about self-love, I also try to looking forward the information about self-love itself. And based on Sharon Martin, state that self-love means that you accept yourself fully and treat yourself with kindness, respect, and also nurture your growth and well-beings. From the meaning itself, it's like really hard to do, doesn't it? I also get that point. Because when you love yourself, it doesn't mean that you will feel positive about you all the time, because it will be unrealistic. Okay, I give to you the other example. The other relationship between I and also my children. Let's say I love my son, I love my daughter. But I also can get mad. I also can feel angry with my sons. But with my love, I can forgive them. I can also meet their needs. I can also know about their feelings. And this is because of my love. Self-love is very much the same. And now I still try to know the way that how do I love myself. I still trying, and I try to forgiving myself when I mess up, allowing me to have some downtime, and also asking for help because I'm not a Wonder Woman. Believe it or not, it worked on me. I still try to find out the simple things that I can do every day, because I need to love myself first so I can keep my love to my children, to my husband, to my friends, and of course to all my students. Since I have to love my first, I also have to keep the love itself. I also get the interesting quote from Lucille Ball. Love yourself first, and everything else fall into line. You really have to love yourself to get everything done in this world. So I get more understanding also about self-love. Self-love is really important because moreover it can help world. The words really need you who have known about how to love yourself, because you will keep the word being loved later. So everyone, don't forget, do love yourself so you can help the word being loved later. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ma'am Chacha, for your motivational speech. Well, you only live once, bro, so of course you have to love yourself.
Yeah, that was some special performance using mic stand. Anyways, so finally, the one speaker that I have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome the one and only Mr. Stefanus Prima Nugroho from my school, SMP Santa Teresia Pangkal Pinang, with his speech, The Unfair World. So, Mr. Prima, the time and place is yours.
Thank you, sir. What is fair? What is unfair? Well, everybody might have his or her own personal thought about the definition of fair unfairness. For me, it is fair when I get as much as I give. It is fair when I receive as much as I offer. However, the older I am, the much clearer and better I see that unfairness only happens in the piles of fairy tales. The more I think about it, the more I realize that life is not meant to be fair. It never was, never is, and will always never be. Complaining is human. For as human beings, we always expect the best results equivalent to our spent effort. But complaining the whole time won't make your unfair life suddenly becomes fair and just, right? Ask this question to you. What might happen if the world is really fair and just? Can you imagine if all of the people possess the same identical skills, financial powers, and even faith? What's the fun of living a life if so? You don't expect life to be fair to you because you work so hard or you are a good person. Life has its own rules. Nature has its own ways. They are complicated, complex, and not the same as everybody else. Everyone here is a victim of life unfairness. I sometimes wondered why I have to work really hard in order to get some millions of rupiah day by day, while the other person can get the same amount as I do just for an hour. I just wondered sometimes why I got married in the age of 35 while the others can get married in their younger ages. I just wondered sometimes why my mom got sick so hard that she couldn't attend my wedding while the other parents can have their blessings for their children in the church. I just wondered sometimes why my mom passed away so quickly without having a chance to see my daughters, while the others' daughters and sons have a chance to kiss their grandma. I just wondered sometimes why my life is so miserable and sorrowful while others have brighter, happier, and even more beautiful lives. I just wondered why. Now I see. I am also a victim of life unfairness. We suffer a lot because we only think about how life is unfair to us. Ask a lot of whys, compare ourselves to others. We don't want to accept it and move on. Everyone in this life has a place they stand, orchestrated by the laws of the universe. You need to fight for yours. Don't ever compare to yourself. Yes, it is true everything seems unfair. Yes, it is true we are living in such an unfair world. So what's next? Are we going to stay down and crumble? Or are we going to push us away from our comfort zone? Work harder to make good things happen to us instead of waiting in sorrow and prepare ourselves for an unseen battle. Because things don't always go smooth the way we want them. Having lived for nearly 40 years, one thing I know for sure that life is never intended for those who easily give up, whine on failure, and resist to stand back up. Life is meant for those who never give up trying, always fight back when pushed back, and never stop rising after falling countlessly. Life is an arena of competition. The present you competes against the yesterday you. Don't ever compare yourself to others because there is no ending on it. Just focus on yourself, what you can do better than yesterday, and don't forget, be a good person and live a happy life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prima, for your emotional and motivational speech. And yes, this is an unfair world, just like the law.
Okay, everyone has their own destiny. Therefore, we are special with anything that God destined for us. And let's next our speaker.
We have Ma'am Francisca Rindiarti from SMA Santo Yosef, Pangkalpinang, with her speech, Spread Kindness for a Better World. Ma'am Francisca, the place is yours.
Hello everyone. I would like to initiate my speech with a short story which is related to kindness as my topic of speech. Once, there was a poor boy who spent his days going door to door selling newspapers to pay for school. One day, when he went for selling newspaper, he started to feel starving. As he knocked one of the houses, then came a younger from the back of the door. The poor boy asked for a glass of water, but in return, he got a big glass of milk. The poor boy was very thankful and asked how much he owed her for the milk. But the younger refused any payment. Years later, the younger, who has been grown up, fell sick. She went from one doctor to another doctor, but unfortunately, nobody was able to cure her. Until one day, she found the best doctor in the town. The doctor spent months treating her until she was finally cured. Despite her happiness, she was afraid that she couldn't afford to pay for the bill. When the hospital handed her the bill, being astonished, she read it. Bill paid years ago with a glass of milk. That's the end of the story. Well, dear audience, there is a saying, what we sow is what we reap. I believe that this utterance is becoming real if only it is convinced in a strong faith. The kindness that we sow is the kindness that we will reap someday. The younger sowed kindness to the poor boy, and then she got it back years later. Well, dear audience, nowadays many people are busy reaching out their life's targets, such as seeking position of their occupation, money, wealth, fame, reputation, and so on. And the impact is they forget how to be kind to other people. They forget how to be merciful to those who are oppressed. Togetherness with the family is becoming very expensive for children since their parents are busy with their never-ending works. As a result, many children are undergoing a hard life without their parents' love and affection. Can we imagine if every single day more children become unhappy? They cannot enjoy their life existence. I believe that someday they might be growing as selfish people, people who are apathetic with their surroundings. If so, what kind of world would be happening? Can we still expect that this world would be occupied by kind, care, heartfelt people, people who behave like the younger and the doctor in the story above? Well, dear audience, there are some good things that we can do for a better world. Start doing something from the very little thing, just a simple deed, right? And I believe if you do that sincerely, it will be giving a good impact to others. Mother Teresa's spirit is always relevant with this situation. Spread kindness. in our own house, that is to our own family members. By greeting or smiling at them, I believe we already spread kindness to this world. Second, spread kindness to the neighbors surrounding us. Share things or attention for those who highly need them. And last but not the least, pray sincerely for those who live without love and who live in loneliness. Well, dear audience, overall, our love, affection, attention that we name in terms of kindness is the main source how this world would be the most convenient site to live in. Be more loving people because we are firstly loved by God. Mother Teresa said, if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ma'am Siska, for your very motivational speech.
So yeah, if you treat others with kindness, the others will treat you with kindness as well. Let's continue. The next speaker is Mr. Gatot Murdiasto from SMP Santo Paulos, Pangkal Pinang, with his speech, Alibi. Mr. Gatot, the time is and place is yours.
Morning all. Thank you for this. Okay, good morning all. Thank you for this opportunity. Sometimes we have to face something like a dilemma. The most powerful word in this world earth that I've found so far is alibi. Let's take a look for the history from this word. According to the information, it is called from the Latin word that means elsewhere, whereas it is a kind of excuse in a court and justify. Many of victims get what they have to get, and sometimes they don't get anything because of this power of word. Justification in this world much different with what God created. Jesus Christ as my Lord was experienced and get the same one, alibi. He know nothing about crimes, but he had to get the pardon. And you know, so far, it has been centuries. Many victims in this world earth, even children. Crimes everywhere. Every nation, every population are crying for the justice. But one word is so powerful and used by some people, alibi, that describe something that make what we call justice is not exist anymore. I find it so many views, news, television, broadcasting. It's really make me mad. I always pray to my God. What it is? Where are you? They are doing crime without any, what we call it by the law justify, to catch them, to give the punishment. See, we are here. We are at the same sun, same moon, same morning. We inhale the same oxygen that our God gives, free. Free of charge means you don't need to pay anything. But they have to pay someday. What I call scale, the real scale, will occur for the judgment day. Remember one thing: you will be something like, many things, or you don't want to know that He will find you and get what is hidden so far. I think that's all about my speech, and I hope this world, the people, the nation, will create the peace. All of the office, policemen, and many other job fields do the correct one based on the truth of God. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gatot, for your speech. And yeah, these teachers are special. 4 of them used that mic stand today. I think yesterday no one used that except the vocal group.
Okay, next to other participant, it is the time for Maria Magdalena Ernawidiati from SMA Santo Yosef Pakal Pinang with her speech entitled Unstoppable.
I'm unstoppable. I'm a pose with no.
Shut. Ma'am Erna, the place and the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mike. I know that actually, yeah, you can be my back song after this. Okay, well, everyone, last night I lost my voice, and you can hear this right now. Yeah, I know it. But I have a message for you, so I have to stand here on the stage. This is because of you guys. Well, actually, that's right. I have a song. Yeah, because Mike also done it. I want to try a little bit song this sing. I'm unstoppable. I have a voice without break. Yes, everyone know with this song, and it's indeed suitable to encourage all of us not to give up easily. Right? Every people in this world, they can feel sad, hopeless, desperate. It's so natural if you feel sad. It's very common. If you want to cry, just cry. No worries at all. My friends, let me tell you, I don't have enough money. I'm not a rich woman. I have 3 kids, that's right. And you know it, I keep try to smile for everyone. I keep to pass my day step by step. So it's mean you can do it also. If you're trapped in this situation or you are struggling in this situation, don't give up. Share your problems, share your story with your family, with your dad, with everyone who cares about you? Yes, of course, you can do it. As long as you keep moving, don't stop. It's not the end if you only stay in the same point. So, my friends, I would like to tell you, because of last few days ago, I heard that one of Indonesian universities died. I feel so sad because of that. If you stay around me, if you meet me, you can tell your problem. Because if you have faith, faith will save you. If you believe in Him, He will help you. You can pray every day. And I believe that He will give His hand to help you. My friends, please, once again, I know that you are unstoppable. I know that you have great strength to pass this situation. Last night, I heard a message and I want to share this message to you. I listened a song and I know it's very appropriate with us. I will stand by you. I will help you through. When you've done all you can do, you can cope, that's right. If you believe in God, that's right. Your faith will save you. Your faith will save your life. So my friends, don't give up. Like me today, I have to stand in front of you. I want to deliver. I want to share my spirit for you. I want to say that it's not the end of your journey. Every time, every morning, you can see the sunrise. You can breathe. It's not the end. It's just the beginning of your journey. You can pass it. You can walk beside me. You can share your story with me or everyone. So my friend, if you listen that message, make you comfortable, right? So you can answer this message like this. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus and no turning back. Because if you believe in Him, He will give His hand for you. So my friend, my speech today is dedicated for all of you, everyone in this world who feel desperate, hopeless. Please trust God. He will help you share your story to everyone that you care about. My friends, God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Erna, for your amazing speech. Well, don't give up. Share your story or your problems to the person that care about you, and it can make you help. But how? If nobody care about you, like, who cares?
We do. Anyways, next in line, we have Miss Wira Cakti Sitepu from SMP Santa Teresia, Pangkal Pinang, with her speech, Introvert versus Extrovert. Miss Wira, the place is yours.
Introvert versus extrovert. Which one is better? Being perceived as introvert versus extrovert usually is characterized by how you respond to social situation and stimulus from everyday life. Extroverts are generally thought to enjoy spotlight of being the center of attention, while introverts are more antisocial. These stereotypes aren't very forgiving, yet in reality, they are far more intricate. As complex beings, humans may not fit on just one side of this spectrum. Depending on what energizes us and what types of things drain us, we may fall anywhere on this spectrum, showing both introverted and extroverted tendencies. There are some differences between introvert and extrovert. The first, introverts tend to have fewer, very close relationships. Extroverts tend to have more relationships that are less close. The second, introverts typically feel refreshed after spending time in solitude. Extroverts typically feel refreshed after spending time with others. The third, introverts generally process thoughts and feelings internally first before sharing. Extroverts generally process thoughts and feelings with others immediately, and etc. So, if someone asks you which one is better, introvert or extrovert, the answer we cannot compare which one is better. It depends on more the situation. Both introversion and extroversion lend themselves to unique strengths. Wherever you fall on this spectrum, just now there is no wrong or right to be. In other words, you don't need to change your personality. Learning your strengths and actively working to adjust any habits that may be holding you back can have more of lasting impact on day-to-day happiness, health, and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wira, for your speech. By listening to her speech, now I know better about introvert and extrovert. For me, honestly, I'm neither. I think I'm an ambivert. What about you, Stephanie?
I'm an ambivert too.
Okay, so let's continue.
Okay, the next we have Miss Angelina Meta Taurisna from SMK Tunas Karya Pangkal Pinang with her speech, My Early Adulthood Journey. Miss Meta, the place is yours.
Leadership is the
I'm the last younger speaker from the teacher, I think. So that's why I want to share my experience about my early adulthood journey. So as the research that I have read from Eleanor and Megan, it was published in 2020, they said that early adulthood stage is a period of rapid development when the individuals can experience their major life transition. So it's like leaving your parental home, being parenthood, go to college, or being employment. Now, I think this stage defines individual between 18 to 25 ages. So now I'm 24 years old now, and of course I'm including this stage. Actually, I just want to share my moments, my experiences when I was in college and another life journey that had happened to my life. So the first thing first, of course, about my life journey. I do believe that every moment that happened in our life, of course, it teaches us about life lesson. So when I was in college, there were some funny and struggling moments. Yeah, why I say that it was struggling? Because it was my fault, I think. I extended my semester where I had to finish my college for about 4 years, but I got 2 months as bonus. Why? Because it was my fault. I skipped my class. I didn't attend the Zoom meeting with my lecturer. Sorry, it's a secret actually. Yeah, but that's my fault. I break my own commitment. I break my own commitment to finish my study on time. At first, when I entered college, actually I told myself that I have to finish my college on time, but I break it. It was my best regret in my life. So that's the first point that I have learned from my college life. The second one is that you have to be independent person. Why we have to be independent? Because if you live outside your familiar city, outside Pangkal Pinang, I was had my studied in Jogja. It's pretty far from Pangkal Pinang. Then yeah, I have to be independent person, of course. Why? You cannot have someone to be all the time, 24 hours to be with you, right? So the one who can motivate, the one who can survive is yourself. So yeah, the second one, it's about my life journey. After I graduated from college, of course, I must have a job. That's the next step after graduated from college. I must have a job, and thank God at that moment, I directly got an offering from one of travel agency in Semarang. I do thank to God at that moment. I was a customer service for that company. I worked for the company for about 10 months, and now well known as a corporate slave. Yeah, I was a corporate slave, but now I think I'm not. The lesson that I learned from there, working in a company, that you have to be competitive person. A productive person must have competitive spirit. Why? You have to realize that everyone there intends to get better position, better job, better career. But you have to realize also that if you want better career, better job, better position, the responsibility, the risks are waiting for you. So it was a funniest moment actually when my father immediately, all of a sudden, sent me the message that this institution were hiring for an English teacher. Yeah, he demanded me to register, and then I registered. I got a call from HRD department that I got accepted. I didn't know that I was happy or not, but it was a silent moment actually for 2 minutes in my room. I was alone there. So, yeah, at that moment, I thought that I just started my life, right? I just started my first job, then I have to move back here. But of course, actually, it's good. The reality must be faced. This is my better life now. So at the first moment, when I came to the school building, it was 1st of October, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I entered the school building, I made the commitment that, okay, I have to finish my journey here. I have to finish my journey because I have the one who started my journey, right? And I was so happy at that moment, Ma'am Chacha and all of the teachers, that they welcomed me so well. I was so happy and felt appreciated. So I think this is what I feel now. Being a teacher is not about you intend to earn much money, but this is teaching. It's about passion. Teaching is about dedication. So, yeah, to conclude my speech today, I think my early adulthood stage is not that worse. The important thing is you have to have your commitment. If you already commit to start, it means you have to finish it. So last, I have a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson. He said that the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. So thank you so much for the kind attention.
Thank you so much, Miss Mehta, for sharing your experience.
So yeah, I see that the timekeeper is being ignored. And another mic stand user. Okay, so that's it for our on-site speakers. We have 4 speakers left who have sent their speech by video to us. Next up is Father Servatius Samuel as the chief of Tunas Karya Foundation with his speech, Leadership. Father Samuel, the time is yours.
Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. Warren Bennis. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are in the good health. On this occasion, I will convey to you the importance of leadership in my speech. Leadership is one of the fundamental aspects of the progress of a company or organization. But people sometimes are not aware of understanding the strengths and developing them. 7. Awakening mistakes and keeps moving forward. And all the things that I convey here are certainly not something instant. Most important, we need enthusiasm and motivation as well as a long process to become good leaders for excellent performance organization. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish all of you good luck and God bless.
Thank you, Father Samuel, for your motivational speech.
This is the youth leadership program all about.
Leadership. Let's continue.
The next participant we have is Mr. Didik Dwi Atmadi as the headmaster of SD Yosudarso Batam with his speech Sustainable Development Goals.
And what we can do for this one? Actually, we can ensure that your rights are promoted and that your voice is heard. And you can share your knowledge and innovation or your critical thinking to support informational change in people's life and communities. Example, government can help or can create in the environment to generate productive employment and job opportunities for the poor people. So, for the first goal here, I do believe that we can achieve that, our goals. We can live without poverty. And the second one is about zero hunger. So, what should we do or what we can do for this case, zero hunger, for this goal? To end hunger, or we can achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Remember, agriculture will take a good part from this second goal. You can make changes in your own life, the simple one, at home, at work, and in the community by supporting local farmers. Example, you just buy from the local farmer, you can buy from the local market. That making sustainable food choices, supporting good nutrition for all, and fighting food waste. Remember, fighting food waste. The third one, provide us about good health and well-being. So what is the goal here? To ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all of the ages. What we can do? So for that, you can start promoting, protecting your own health and the health of those around you. By what? By making well-informed choices and safe or good, just take care of your children. Okay, that's about the third goal from the 17 goals that we are going to discuss in this evening speech. So what is the next goal about the quality education? Are you sure that in our country, we are having a good quality education? Yeah, you can answer by your heart. You can answer by your own mind. But what is actually in the goals here? Ensure inclusive quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. Lifelong learning or lifelong education. That is what I want to show you about the point. We can ask our government to place education as the priority, both in policy and practice. Lobby our government to make the firm commitment to provide free primary school education to all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is about gender equality. Why it matters? Actually, it is simple. We should try to achieve gender equality and empower all the women and girls. Why? Actually, women, girls, boys, men, they should have the same or equal gender equality. Why? Gender equality is fundamental human right. That's right. Advancing gender equality is critical to all areas of health society. So it means that we should have gender equality here between men and women. The next goal, what we are going to achieve, we should afford to have clean and water sanitation. Why it is important? Remember, clean water, good sanitation will always make us to be healthy. But the problem is, for the next goal also, about the climate change. Okay, it's a fact from the clean water and sanitation. So here, in this goal, I want to emphasize in some regions, drought are happening everywhere. So let's keep our cleaned or just keep cleaning about our water and sanitation. The next goal is about energy. What should we have? We should have clean energy. It means we should ensure to access reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. What can we do to fix this one? Countries can accelerate the transition to unaffordable, reliable, sustainable energy by investing renewable energy resources, adopting clean energy technologies and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to economic aspect now. Economic aspect, why it matters. Decent work and economic growth, that is important aspect here. What should we do? You can promote inclusive, sustainable economic growth, employment and decent work for all. So what should we do? Providing the best opportunity to the young people, to young person. Why? They are good to have the chance for investing in education and in training. So by providing them, the youth people here, of course, we are going to have a good guarantee skill for young people. Of course, we can achieve this goal. So what we have next here about this one? Yeah, we still have some of area. It can be about the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This one is important. Yes, this one is important. Innovation and infrastructure can unleash dynamic and competitive economic forces that generate employment and income. It means they play key roles in introducing, promoting new technologies. Also about facilitating international trade and enabling the efficient use of resources. So this one about promoting new technologies and then facilitating international trade and enabling efficient resources, that is the most important things in this goal, because we are talking about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The next goal is we have to reduce inequalities. To reduce inequalities within among the countries, it means reducing inequality requires transformative changes. Greater efforts are needed to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger and invest more in health, education, and social protection. Why? Because some countries already make the difference between good countries, the poor countries, and then the rich countries, and then this one is about the developed countries and etc. So reduce inequalities. We are trying to catch another countries. It means that we are the same. The level of our country is the same. So that is the goal for us to achieve them. And then what else? What we have before we move to the countries, what we should do is about our cities. Sustainable cities. What is the goal here? To make our city inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So what we can do? Take an active interest of the government and management of your city. Advocate for of the kind city that you believe you need, it means. Develop a vision for building street and neighborhood. To act on that vision that you should bring your cities into the greater or the best cities. So the sustainable cities to be our goals can be achieved. And then we still have about the what we call by responsibility to consume and to product. It means to produce, sorry, about the production here. Why it's matter? To ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. That is the first one. How can I help as a consumer? The first one, you can reduce your waste, and then please don't throw away your food, and reduce your consumption in your plastic. And one of the main pollutants on the ocean, it means plastic, is the dangerous one. You can reuse your bag, or you can carrying reusable bag, refusing to use plastic. That is the simple example that you can do, okay, about consumption and production. You can recycle the plastic and etc. Why? Because if we cannot guarantee you do this one, it will be affecting further climate action. It means that already in so dangerous the position of our climate. So what we should do is climate action. This one is so urgent. So I hope that everybody will take part for this goal. Can you realize, or have you realized, that in every single year that the temperature already increased 3 degrees Celsius in years, in every single years? Why? What happens? Yeah, because now we don't have many things like what we had before. We don't have a very good tropical jungles, and then we don't have kinds of good waters anymore. And then there are so many lands that full of the house, so many forests, the function already changed to be housing. That is the fact that we have to face. So we are seeing how climate change already can exacerbate about the storm and disaster. So it's up to you guys that we can't have it, eliminate, and we still keep our climate, minimalize at least. And then we still have about what we call by life below waters. It means the simple one is to conserve sustainable the word ocean, seas, or marine. In local level, we should make ocean-friendly choices when buying products or eating food derived from the ocean and consume what we need. So if our life below water is cleaned, it means that what we eat, what we consume is also clean and healthy. So please, we should eliminate plastic. We should eliminate everything that we cannot recycle, that we can make to be the garbage in our sea. And then life on land. The simple one. Manage your forest, combat desertification, reserve land degradation, and etc. Why? Because we live on land. What happens if you cannot keep it? Yeah, disaster, and then and the others probably will happen on us here. The next, we have peace, justice, and strong institution. It means our government, we have to keep our institutions to be the strong institution full of justice and peace. Government, civil society and communities must work together, implementing lasting solutions to reduce violence, deliver justice, combat corruption, and ensure inclusive participation. And the last one, it is also important, I think, about the partnership. The goal here that we should revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. What we can do for that? Join or create a group in your local community that seeks to mobilize action on the implementation of sustainable development goals. Why? By making partnership, of course, what we plan, what's the goals that we are going to achieve can be achieved together easily. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize from the goals that I have already delivered, especially for sustainable development goals here. If we can achieve those goals, it means that our society, our government, our life will be better than this year. It is impossible for me, for you, for the teacher, for the students, for the participants, the other participants to do it alone. We have to be together to achieve those goals. By togetherness here, I do believe what we plan, what the goals that we are going to achieve in sustainable development goals, it can be achieved easily. So in 2030, we hoped and we afford together that we can change this world. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am Didik Dwi Atmadi, one of the participants in World Speech Day, already delivered my speech. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. See you.
Thank you, Mr. Didik, for your speech. So that was a very long one. Okay. So let's continue to the next speakers. There are 2 speakers to go. Next we will have Mr. Adrik Bernardi as the board of Tunas Korea Foundation with his speech, Social Distancing. And please, Mr. Adrik, the time is yours.
Hello everybody, I'm Adrik Bernardi from Tunas Karya Foundation, Indonesia. Today I'm very glad because I have the opportunity to deliver my speech with the title Social Distancing. As we know that social distancing can be interpreted as keeping a distance in socializing. This term came up in connection with the coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of social distancing or physical distancing, sometimes people say, to stop or to slow the spread of the disease that became the pandemic. This is because someone can be infected by someone else in certain distance, maybe around 1.5 meters. However, in this occasion, I have another point of view about social distancing. Of course, this is not about how we prevent the disease or pandemic. There is no connection with COVID-19 or physical distancing. And today's, this is a very serious problem in our society. In other words, I want to tell you all the hidden dangers of social distancing. In some places or society, people are very busy with mobile phones or maybe their gadgets. Maybe they are chatting, surfing the internet or listening to the music with their mobile phone wherever they are, wherever they go. At home, at work, at school, at public places, and public transportations maybe. Most of the time, they don't care which people around them. it's difficult for us to interact with our surroundings today. Holding handphones are more interesting and more fun than talking to someone beside you. Even the person is the one that you know so well. Take an example. When a family is having dinner together or watching television, almost every member, the parents, children maybe, are very busy with their own work. They prefer holding the phones or to sharing their experience on that day. And this is about our family. What about the others? What about the ones that are not our family members? How we interact with others in public places, for example. I think it's more difficult. What do you feel if you are talking to someone and then he is busy with his phone or gadget at the time? We cannot imagine what happens if we do this all the time. It occurs continuously. We cannot imagine that. It will be a dangerous habit, I think. We keep a distance with our own family, with our beloved ones. We are creating a strange world in our surroundings. I don't say that using our mobile phones or gadget is not right. It is not good, but we have to use it wisely, at proper time, at proper place, at suitable time. And at the end, I want to say that let's try to respect our surroundings. We are social beings. We cannot live without others. Like Michael Jackson says in his song, "Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and for the entire human race." Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Sir Adric, for your speech. And I really agree with your statement about social distancing. So let's continue.
And last but not least is Ma'am Siti Sumara from SMP Maria Goretti Sungai Liat with her speech, How to be a Happy Teacher.
Teachers, take notes. This is going to be useful.
Ma'am Siti, the time is yours.
A joyful heart is a good medicine for our life. Well, good morning everybody and all, my honorable leader, Tunas Karyas Foundation, Promosam, and all of my beloved colleges of English teacher, Tunas Karya Foundations. It's nice to see you all. I'm so grateful today because I can join this World Speech Day. And in this occasion, I want to deliver my speech. The title is How to be Happy Teacher. Well, allow me to introduce myself to all. My name is Siti Sumara. I am from Maria Goretti Junior High School, and I think I come from one of the regency of Yogyakarta. That's it, Gunung Kidul Regency. Well, I have been here more than 29 years, and I have joined it. I have dedicated to Tunas Karyas Foundation more than 27 years. And maybe this is my last chance to join the speech here, because the next day I will reach 55 years. So it means I got retired from Tunas Karyas Foundations. Well, today I want to deliver the speech. The title is How to be Happy Teacher. Well, I think we talk about the teacher. Teacher is a kind of profession that's different from other profession. Because the teacher should manage the live thing or the live objects. It is not so simple with things. When to be a teacher, it's not only things about how much salary we got it every month, or how many the success persons when we teach during the class. Before we make a decision to be a teacher, we should realize that the job of teacher should be responsible to our God. Well, I think today I just want to share how to be a happy teacher. I have 4 points to be how to be a happy teacher. The first, we should realize that to be teacher is as conscience, not depends of situation or demand from other persons. And the second, we always think that whatever we do for our God. If we have this mind, so it will not disappoint easily. It will not disappoint easily with our jobs. And the third, we must be sure that all goodness that we spread, it will back the goodness for our life. And the fourth, just do it everything happily, because the Bible say the joyful heart is a good medicine, right? Well, I think that's all about my speech, and I hope we can be blessing to everyone around us. And the best results for all and blessing today, because our God loves you. Well, thank you for your attention, and good luck for all, and God love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Siti, for your inspirational speech. And teachers, have you taken notes yet? Anyways, it looks like we have come to an end of this journey. Wait. Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind. It turns out that we have a guest speech by Anastasia Valeri from SMAK Yosudarso Batam. Anastasia, the time is yours.
To reach a port, we must sail. Sail, not tie at anchor. Sail, not drift. By former U.S. President Mr. Franklin Roosevelt. To shine to my fullest potential, to achieve the best cut of diamond in me has always been my aim. However, people around me stop me from doing it. Dear honorable judges and friends, have you ever felt how your potentials are being held down because of you feeling scared, or are you feeling that your talents are not good enough to impress people around you? Well, we all have been through those phases, where our society keeps on telling us to be ourselves, but judging when we truly show our true colors. Should we just drift towards a direction like how parents, teachers, and friends want us to? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Valerie. I'm from SMA Catholic Yosudarso, and today I will address two main issues, which what stops us to shine bright like a diamond, and what can we do to achieve the best cut and character in me. Firstly, teenagers our age, high schoolers, wanting to study abroad to experience new and different vibes. On the other hand, parents often discourage their children from staying apart because of their extreme paranoia for their children's safety, and they're terrified that they might not come home and abandon them. Many parents, especially with daughters, hold back their children's big dreams, and what's worse, to even ask them to just stay home and get married after high school. Secondly, friends around you make you feel small from expressing your talents. Never be scared from showing your true colors. Many people out there grew their potential to the fullest extent and are awarded with scholarship, business partnership, and even some get to be well-known people. Let's take a look at the newest case and viral case in Chatayam, where teenagers our age shine their own unique way in fashion. Let's take a look at the amazing benefits they get, from scholarship, talk shows, and so many more. From this, we have to learn to never be scared to let out the shine of diamond in you. Be bold or left cold. So Val, what should I do to overcome my fear and start being me and shine the true light of diamond in me? Starting off with showing my true talents I have to my parents. Showing off what I can do and making them believe in me. Getting parent support is one of the hardest things to do, I will admit that. Convince your parents to outweigh the fear in them. Second off, grow my talents and start them with small baby steps. Remember, baby step counts. As for me, I have always wanted to be a public speaker that represents our country. So, I started by joining national speech competitions representing my school, and I am currently in the English Debate Club. Through these competitions, I learned how to deliver my ideas and my arguments in order for my voices to be heard and well received by the audience. My dream as a diplomat will be further sharpened, especially gathering information and analyzing tensions among countries, such as the viral remark by the Australian government about Vali is full of animal feces which can harm major livestock in Australia due to foot and mouth disease in Indonesia. This would definitely affect the tourism and overall agreement between the two countries. To end it all, fearing society judgment is not a reason to stop growing and thriving, dear honorable judges and friends. Never let friends or parents pull you away from what you believe you do best. I have proven to them I can do it through convincing my parents, perseverance, and joining English competitions to deepen my knowledge and experience to achieve my dream as a diplomat of Indonesia. You only live when you maximize your potential. You only live when you fulfill your purpose. And you only live when you achieve greatness. Anything short of that is simply a wasted life, an unproductive life, and a dead life. If you're not failing, if you're not pushing your limits, you're not maximizing your potential. Let's shine the best light of our inner diamonds and see you all on top. Be incredible, be unbreakable. Thank you.
So thank you, Anastasia, for the guest speech. It was a really wonderful speech. And
Okay, and before we end this, there will be a closing speech from two honorable individuals.
please welcome the founder of St. Joseph's Agora Youth Club 201 and the one and only president of that club. Please welcome Ma'am Erna and Kenny Kurniawan.
Kenny as my president of St. Joseph Agora Youth Club 201.
Ma'am Erna, my English teacher, and the founder of St. Joseph Agora Youth Club 201. Finally, ma'am, we can finish this event successfully.
Yep, Kenny. And now I would like to say thank you to all coaches, such as Mike Nicholson, Carlo Bruzzo,
Yeah.
Carlo Asmar and team, Katia Burdett and Nicholas. Because, you know, Kenny, without them, we cannot do this meeting extremely amazing.
I agree with that, ma'am. Also, we have to say thank you to SMA Santo Joseph, St. Joseph's Junior High School, all of the English teachers who have given their contribution. You have seen their speeches.
Right, yes.
And members of St. Joseph Agora Youth Club 201. And all the participants, because they did great. And I'm so impressed in their skills in public speaking.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We don't believe it.
Yeah,
they
it's so
have
hard.
so much idea, great idea.
Yeah, they're even better
right?
than us.
Yes.
Oh my God.
But with Kenny, we have to say huge special thanks because of the most important support from
To Naskarya Foundation. All right, we are.
Such as Father Samuel, Mr. Adrik Bernardi, and all members.
There's a lot, yeah.
Of course.
Don't forget to say thank you, ma'am, to the provider of this live stream and all of the equipment that is used. Comstos Pangalpina. Without them, the live stream would not be possible.
Yes, that's right. And we can leave behind the most important chief World Speech Day 2023 and coordinator,
Such
Mr.
as?
Mr. Don Michael Goni, Ma'am Chacha, Miss Meta, and of course, Mr. Didi
Didik.
Dwi Atmadi. I know that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much because you share time and your ideas so we can make this even marvelous.
Yeah, and of course, we can't leave you guys behind, our viewers. Thank you for your time. We hope you enjoyed this event and, all of the speeches that you hear can motivate you in your life. So, with all being said, we officially close World Speech Day 2023.
So sad.
Don't be sad, ma'am, because see you next time on World Speech Day 2024.
But of course, with the new president.
This is my last year, yeah. This is my last
I know
year.
it. I'm really sorry to say that.
It's okay, ma'am.
Yes.
I
okay.
hope St. Joseph Agora Youth Club would continue on way better than.
But thank you very much for you, Kenny,
yeah.
especially. Thanks for you because you coordinate everything, and you did great like this.
Yeah.
And for the performances.
Of course, performances, everything's good. Also, ma'am, after this, go see a doctor, okay? I think your voice is a bit
right.
lost.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Yeah, it's
I
okay,
want to go
ma'am.
to the doctor because of my voice. Yeah, I don't know what happened with this.
Get well soon, ma'am.
Don't take too long.
Yeah.
We have to pass back the mic for 2 hour ceremony. Where are they? The best?
Yes.
The best one? Okay, thank you
Is
very
this the
much.
best one?
I don't
Is this
know,
the best one?
Oh, you.
Um,
Oh, no, no.
Me? Okay, fine. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time spared for this moment. I think it will be best if we grateful for God's generosity by praying.
I will lead the prayer in Catholic. The others may adjust according to your own religions and belief. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear God, thank you for your generosity for making this live stream run smoothly. We are about to end this event. Please fill our hearts with joy and motivation so we can have more courage in letting the world hear our voices. Thank you, God. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
That marks the end of this event.
We just want to say goodbye. This is the end, so let's rejoice. Keep your head up and don't be shy.
And let the world hear your voice.
I'm Michael Japtari-chan.
And I'm Stephanie Lee.
Signing out. This day had been a lot of fun. Let's make this more unforgettable with one last performance from SMA Santo Yosef's vocal group with their song entitled What Makes You Beautiful. Anyways, goodbye.
Unforgettable.